Okay, how are we doing? Wait, shit, my coffee, hang on. Okay. Oh. This appears to be a restream issue. It appears to be working fine with just going straight to YouTube. So since it seems to be working fine with just going to YouTube, I think that's what we're gonna do today. How is everybody doing? Sorry to those of you that prefer the streaming experience over on Twitch, but yeah, not exactly sure what to say. Restream just like throttled everything there. And like cut my frame rate in half. I'm looking at, hang on. I'm gonna look at the stream now. Everything looks okay. Yo. Should be good. Sorry to those of you that prefer the streaming experience of Twitch. Seems to be that Restream is not super stoked about something going on there. Or could be that so there's like dust up there. Could be that, I don't know, Streamlabs appears to be doing this like multi-stream thing that you can do through their own, like, oh, a very slight audio delay. Really? Because we can fix that. Like the audio seems behind? Bop. Bop. I don't know, Streamlabs appears to be doing this like multi-stream thing that you can do through their own, like, oh, a very slight audio delay. Really? Because we can fix that. Like the audio seems behind? Bop. Bop. No, we're good. We're good. We're good. Crystal clear. Okay, so yeah, maybe a YouTube end thing. Seems better. Okay, cool. So we're gonna try this. And sorry, yeah, we're only going through to YouTube right now because it's just like, I don't know what's going on. It seems to be Restream. .io and Streamlabs don't like each other right now. Anyways, yeah, because it was like throttling. My bitrate was going through at like 30. Like, yeah. Anyways, so I heard that they've got some news going on. The stream's going crazy. Wait, what? What do you mean the stream is going crazy? What? Oh my god, what is happening? Y'all are freaking me out. Restream was the problem. What happened? Are we just being dramatic? I mean, that's per normal around here, but like, are we being dramatic? Anybody? Bueller, we okay? Everything good? Everything cool? Not having issues on your end? Okay, then we're not going to panic. Everything's going to be absolutely kosher. We are calm as Hindu cows. Yeah, oh, for me having to stop and start the stream like 3 times. Yeah, appears to be a restream issue. Don't know what's happening on their end. Although I will say, it wouldn't surprise me if it's the hurricane. Yeah, I think the server that I stream to might be based out of Texas. And they're getting hit pretty hard right now. There's also quite a lot of tornadoes kind of going on over there. So, yeah, if you're over there in the Texas and Louisiana area, please take some cover. Come on now. Come on. Now, Ranger was a blood sacrifice for the monk from what you've heard. Okay. So, I've heard that some of the things that they've changed with the monk are generally better. But as to what it means, okay. To those of you who are not used to seeing my form of reaction, what I kind of do with this. So, hi, first off, I'm a game designer. I have written a lot of stuff for D&D 5e over the years. I am a platinum, well, no, I'm actually a Mithril solo bestseller over on the DMs Guild. I have won an ENnie for my work. And part of the stuff that I'm talking about here is I'm giving my critiques as to what they're kind of doing with the designs here, giving my thoughts on these, and that's sort of what we do in these streams sometimes. Some people don't really like the fact that, like, we have a differing reaction. If you feel that, you know, you have a problem with people having a differing opinion than yours, probably want to check out on this stream. Just letting people know my style of criticism is a bit more looking towards what I think is healthy for the game, not necessarily what is going to make your OC stronger, right? So, I'm sure that you have a very cool OC that everyone should care about, but I'm more concerned about, like, kind of what's going on with the game, trying to see what's happening with D&D 24 so that I'm doing research for my own future creations, my own future, like, homebrew work, because this is what I do for a job. So, yeah, if any of that sounds like it would be interesting to you, go over, check out some of my work. I have the Land of the Blind, you know, yeah. Why no pre-order? There is zero reason to pre-order this edition. There is zero reason to pre-order it. They are trying to tantalize you into pre-ordering. If we show a unified front in making the pre-order of the digital edition shit fail, maybe we'll show them that we're pushing back against this idea of hyper-aggressively monetizing this game. Yeah, I would prefer to keep TTRPGs at a relatively accessible and non-microtransaction sort of a feel. And I think that the pre-order model is one of the ways in which they are trying to predatorially monetize what was otherwise a fairly good working model for a hobby like this. Yeah. The digital dice skins. Yeah. Look, digital pre-orders are an absolute scam, okay? The only thing that you're doing is you are giving them money for a thing that you can't get yet. So, like, if you're thinking, oh, well, I'm going to forget it. Fucking, no, you won't. No, you won't. You're a D&D player. You are not going to forget that the newest edition of the thing is coming out, okay? You're not gonna forget it, all right? So don't give me that. If you are thinking that, like, well, I need to spend the money now because I'm not financially responsible enough to, like, save the money for later, I don't think that if you're in that case, you're financially responsible enough to be buying much of anything for luxury at this point, and you should probably be focused on maybe getting that checked out, right? Now, that being said, I'm going to assume that most of my audience are adults who are good with their money. So, what I'm going to say, pre-order versus Kickstarter, look, so the deal with that is with a Kickstarter, hopefully you are supporting a smaller creator, right, who is trying to raise funds for a project, rather than a company that is trying to use Kickstarter as pre-orders by another name. By the way, much respect to Free League, but this is one of the only times that I've been like, Free League, do you need to keep going in the Kickstarter model direction? I don't know. I mean, I personally, honestly, really don't know. It'd be interesting to find out why they keep using that model, because I think Free League is kind of at the point where they don't really need to. We also can't compare a multi-billion-dollar company to crowdfunding. I will say big ups to Critical Role with Darrington Press and Paizo for not doing crowdfunding, and leaving that open to other creators who are really trying to use that as a source of revenue to make their projects happen, you know. Now, all that being said, there is no reason for you to pre-order a thing that is already made that you know is getting published. All you're doing right now is giving WotC their money early. Okay? You don't even know. You don't even know if this product is going to be any good, right? This is what we're looking through today. So, with the monk changes, I'll tell you right now, based off of what I was already seeing happen to the Ranger, I don't trust that the design team really knows how to address some of the core issues players have about the character options that were present in D&D 5th edition. Okay, by the way, I am not going to be talking about the 2024 thing as if it is the same thing as D&D 5e. They cannot operate off the same SRD. This is a new edition, okay? Everything they're doing about talking about this as if it's just a facelift, it's all corporate doublespeak, okay? They're trying to have their cake and eat it too. This is a new edition. That's how I'm going to be talking about it. I don't think they're going to be able to enforce anything previously for 5e that they had for licensing. As such, over here, I also don't trust a company that was trying to underhandedly do the OGL tactics of last year to be telling us that this is legally defensible. If they were trying to, if it ever came down to it in court, that they were trying to go after another creator for an argument that this wasn't a new edition or whatever, I don't think that they're going to be able to actually defend it as the same thing. Terminology has changed. Core mathematics of the game are being tweaked. How you get certain aspects of your character in the game have tweaked. The mere fact that they are renaming actions in this game means that this is going to be a different system. Okay, they are renaming things. They are changing game expression. Okay, it goes beyond just changing game mechanic. They are changing game mechanic expression here. So, for me, I'm going to be talking about this like it is a new edition. So, yeah, I guess just as long as you're cool with that and you're not going to scream at me in chat for doing all that stuff, feel free to hang out because, yeah. They'll probably release a new SRD for the new edition. Yep, there you go. If it has a new SRD, it's a new edition. And in that case, if they're dropping a new SRD for what this is right here, congratulations, WotC, you've made a new edition. That's how we operate. That's how the game industry works, all right?
Tell me all about the new things in the monk.
There is so much. When we embarked on creating the new player's handbook, we knew that the monk was going to get a lot of attention, partly because the monk's satisfaction scores over the last decade have often been, unfortunately, a bit low.
Yeah.
And the monk, in terms of actual play numbers, has tended to be low as well. That combination told us this class needs some attention.
Yeah.
Now, every class.
I'm just going to be real quick right here. Okay, so the core problems with the monk right now, as they currently sit, D&D 5e's monk starts out at a D4 damage die, should become a D6. Okay, we know that that's going to happen. There's some of the, it was a bit low. Oh, damage numbers? Oh, you mean the satisfaction rate? Yeah. So, deflect missiles wasn't, here we go. Deflect missiles hit a fantasy, but wasn't extremely active in practice. This relied on you firing arrows at the monk, arrows and rocks and slings and stuff, and not all enemies that are making ranged attacks are using arrows, rocks, slings, and whatever. In some cases, some of the stuff that you're getting hit with ranged attacks can't actually qualify for this. It also couldn't deflect spells, which, like, that's a bigger, scarier thing way later on. If you think about, like, in D&D, how many times are you fighting a character that is a, who is the BBEG, and are they an archer, or are they a spellcaster? I would venture to say that most likely the spellcaster thing outnumbers the archer in about 100, if not 1,000 to 1 ratio. Now, some of the other stuff, they were getting some things that just felt like you were doing cinematic, quote-unquote, monk shit, but it was coming way too late. The entire combat package for monk didn't kick on until significantly later. Low magic item support. So monk was just kind of stuck, not really getting any magic items that they could really use, whereas everybody else is getting +1, +2, +3, weapons and armor. Unfortunately, the monk, in order to do any of the thing that they wanted to do, they just basically, their class features were telling them, no, you can't actually get all that, right? Vague or confusing party role? Nah, not necessarily. The thing is, like, I think that if you're, like, looking at all of these as needing a very specific social and interactive role in order to really be like, yeah, that's a full D&D class, a lot of that stuff can be really easily coded in just by what you write for your character. As far as like what a monk means in combat in D&D, okay? So a monk, this is a thing that not a lot of people really connect with this. So number one, what the monk is not. Monk is not... Here, let me zoom up on this. Monk is not a frontline brawler. If you want a bare knuckle frontline brawler, check out Benjamin Huffman's Pugilist. Okay. Here we go. Monk is a midline harasser and controller. Here we go. Midline single target. Harasser and controller. Okay. So, what is the difference here? So, skirmishing in D&D is typically this type of playstyle. Action, attack, bonus action, disengage, your move, pop into attack, pop out to safety. Okay? Boom. That's gonna cake. Monk does this. Rogue does this. This is their playstyle. You're also probably looking at... Yep, we just... Well, oh, wait. Was it... Did you put it in the fridge?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's fine.
It was in the car while we
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
But, I mean, if you're hungry for dinner, we can eat something.
I am.
Alright.
So,
What are we eating, chat? You know what you'd want?
Not really. I'm probably gonna smoke because I'm a little nauseous. I have that microderm abrasion blade that I use on my face, like a charm, baby butt smooth.
Cool.
So it's like try to get my legs in bikini area smooth.
Ow! Fuck!
So you can imagine what this looks like. Yeah. I'm in a little bit of pain.
Why didn't you stop?
I started here and I was like, oh, maybe it's sensitive, so my legs should be fine.
Ow!
And a lot of it I didn't really notice until all of a sudden it was.
Ow. Well. Chat, what do we want? Judging by those reaction sounds painful at microderm abrasion. That didn't go, yeah.
Only use it on your face.
Some sort of finger foods. Sandwiches? Pizza. We've had pizza 2 nights in a row. We had chicken for lunch. Indian? I guess we could do Desi Walk.
Okay.
Yeah, let's just do that.
You don't have to order it and things.
Oh, I have to order it?
I don't have DoorDash.
Oh, yeah. Okay, well, hang on a second, chat. Hang on one sec. Yeah, it's more so just about like how the hell, what are we doing for it? Hang on a second. Come on. And then we'll get back on this. I promise. I promise. Okay, here we go. Yeah, so part of the issues that are happening right here, and getting kind of back into this. So someone in chat had mentioned it, and yes, this is a completely valid observation, and no idea why this wasn't really the case. So there's a couple different problems that happen with the monk. Okay. So number one, the problem is if you're playing as a single target harasser, this bonus action disengage, well, by the way, this should be either you get as a harasser in the midline, you either need medium armor and shields, or freebie bonus action disengage. Okay? So, you either need one of these two. If you're going to stay in the midline, you're going to want to at least have medium armor and shields, like the cleric, right? This is allowing them to probably tank a lot of the damage that would otherwise be coming their way if they were not wearing medium armor or, you know, getting the shield. But this means that they get to go in there. This is why Cure Wounds requires touch, right? You could say in some, I guess, cases that this is why Paladin gets lay on hands as touch, but they're more supposed to be a frontliner. Early on, whenever we were seeing that, like, the design team was looking at trying to push the Paladin into the backline and making range smite happen, it just completely conflicted with what the identity of that class has been ever since we've always known it, and redefining it as something that was supposed to be different, just nobody cared for it. We like class identity. This is a big deal. Class identity is flavor, and flavor means a lot to players, okay? Because flavor is the thing that helps their character feel really nice and unique, and it makes character options seem appealing. If something is just so good at doing everything in the world, all people are going to do is start looking at what does everything in the world the best. I think Wizards of the Coast realized this, did a little bit of an about face on the Paladin whenever everyone was like, they're a, what? This is a heavy armor ranged unit now. It seems as though they've done an about face and changed, so, like, good on them for recognizing that. But yeah, that was one of my first moments that I realized I probably was not going to wind up toying with this edition too much. Okay, so with Monk, couple things here. So ideally, if you are a midline harasser, you're going to want to either get medium armor and shields, or a freebie bonus action disengage. The problem with the 5e's Monk got neither. Okay. This is a core problem with their identity. Instead, what they got, their bonus action disengage, their disengagement tool, the thing that makes you a midliner, costed 1 key. Okay? I guess costs 1 key. Okay? Now, hey Fred, your power gamer home group like power and mechanics that they insist on flavor and narrative. I mean, yeah, I agree, right? So this was a core problem with what was happening with the monk, was that bonus action disengage costs 1 key. If you're like, well, that doesn't seem like it's too big of a problem because they were getting a bunch of other stuff on top of that too. Rogue got this for free. Okay? There were also plenty of other ways in which you could probably get bonus action disengage cheaper, if not freer, than this right here. To me, this meant that the best monk in the world was going to multi-class into rogue for at least 2 levels to get something to even be viable. And I mean it, this hurt. This hurt the class so goddamn hard. Because the thing that you want to be doing with key and the things that you spend in this game are not on the key things, K-E-Y. What are the main things that it takes for you to be the unit you are intended to be, right? Hey, what up, Phil? We don't want to spend resources on doing things to make us viable. Here's a little game design. Yeah. Okay. Players do not want to spend resources on doing things to make us viable. Okay? We want to be viable as a baseline. If you're telling me that, like, there's a thing I should be doing in, like, the little war game that we're playing out, right? We have all the miniatures, we have the tokens on a battlefield, here's what we're doing. If what the features you're giving me make me feel like a monk that gets in there, pops, gets out, right? Like, that's what we want it to do, right? What is it about that little miniature that you've given me moving 2 inches, sitting there for a second while I roll a die, and moving 2 inches back that makes my brain go, aha, I am a monk, right? What is it that you're telling me there? The loop that they have here. Here's the thing. The loop that they had was action. And so move in. Move close to an enemy to attack. Action. By the way, here's their 5e core gameplay loop for monk. Move close to an enemy to attack. Action. Attack. Okay. Now, there's a weird thing that happens, okay? Bonus action attack. Bonus action disengage. Move to safety. Now, I already know there's a couple of you in chat that are looking at this and going, Taron, it's more than just that. Because they get another feature that's saying you can make an attack as a bonus action. You can make a second attack. You're right. I understand that. We see a problem happening right here. There's a lot of stuff that's competing for what they're wanting to do with their bonus action. This is pretty rough, right? How do you make the decision to either do an attack again with an unarmed strike as a bonus action, or disengage to move into safety? We have a problem. They designed the 5e core monk to be one that would want to stick in there in the front line. Here's the thing. This monk doesn't really come online like this, and you don't really feel the whole loop happen until, like, 5th level, right? Like, 5th level. It is abysmal how rough this is, okay? I remember talking about using dragons with Jordan Bartels and you releasing that video today. As you can talk, yeah, that's what, 2 or 3 years behind. So if we're looking at the core gameplay loop here, we have a problem. Okay, so the thing is, monk does actually have a time where it's really clear what you're supposed to be doing with your bonus action. That time comes online for you at 5th level when your core gameplay loop actually changes. Okay. here's what happens. At 5th level, you get a feature called Stunning Strike. And in here, what you're supposed to do is attack. Hopefully, Stunning Strike pops on one of the attacks, right? Stunning Strike. Your bonus action, it now becomes conditional. Either you're now asking a question. Did Stunning Strike work? If no, bonus action, disengage. And you run. Yes, bonus action, flurry of blows. Okay? Here. Bonus action, disengage. Bonus action, flurry of blows. Either way, you probably don't even have to use your move to move to safety. Bonus action, flurry of blows. Right? Here's the thing. This is not a fun playstyle. To have your core gameplay loop not be online for you by 2nd level is really, really rough design for 5e. This is bad play feel. You would really like to know what your core gameplay loop for most of the game that you're going to be doing. You would want to know what that's going to be like by 2nd level. Sounds very rogue. It's funny thing. It's supposed to play like rogue. The problem is it doesn't, right? So with this, they've got a weird thing that they had to fix. They have to address this right here. My biggest concern with Monk right now is that it needs to have its gameplay loop pop on by 2nd level. So here's what I'm saying. Here's the number one problem that they have to address for me. Monk has to have its core gameplay loop. This should just be no apostrophe here. Online by 2nd level. 3rd level, no later, right? 3rd level only because if it was getting a subclass at 2nd level, maybe we could say, okay, we need a second for that to come online. No. As of right now, all the different subclasses are kicking online at 3rd level. So this monk now, for D&D 2024, has to have its gameplay loop before it gets its subclass, okay? That's like, it just, this is how the game is supposed to work, right? So, that's my big gripe right there. Second, its basic damage needs to start at a D6. This is one of the only times I've ever looked in the game and I've been like, we actually do have a damage deficiency happening right in here. Monk just always needed to start at a D6. All the other harassers, well, like Rogue. Rogue is starting out with a spike that Monk just doesn't really quite get to, you know? It needs to start at the D6, start scaling up. Stunning Strike needs to not be spammable, but still worth its cost. There we go. I've seen people try to say that the way that they would like deal with Stunning Strike is to make it cost 2 key. No. Like, no. Key regeneration. I think they're calling it focus now. Key regeneration outside of short... how about this? Outside of resting. Boom. I think that's the thing that everybody wants. I think that you could do key regeneration tied into something within combat. Not in 5e, but you could with this. As long as what you don't ever allow with key is freebie healing. If you do allow for freebie healing, you've broken resting. So, like, for all of you that are homebrewers out there, if they actually do key regeneration outside of resting, number one rule that you can't really do with a monk is, like, allow for it to just freebie use key to restore hit points. That's going to be bag of ratsable, okay? In general, I want to see the monk shit not tax on the power budget. Okay, so what do I mean by I want to see the monk shit not tax on the power budget? You know that whole thing where it was like you can move vertically on surfaces, but that was at like 9th level, and they thought like that would be a feature? It's not. It's not. It's flavor, okay? If someone fires a missile at you with deflect missiles and you catch it, let them just throw it. That's their reaction. They can do it once during an off turn. Let them throw it. Okay? Deflect missile should not cost key. Period. Deflect missiles should not cost key. Yeah, return the sender. Yeah. Back out Ratsible. Okay, so Monk has to have its core gameplay loop online by second level. Basic damage needs to start at a D6. Key regeneration outside of resting would be nice. Stunning strike needs to not be spammable, but still worth its cost. I want to see the monk shit, not tax on the power budget. Deflect missiles should not cost key. Boom. I think if you're doing that, right, like, this monk wants to be hit by arrows. You really want your 5e monk to be the target of a bunch of ranged attacks so that they can feel like they're even getting use out of their class feature. Problem is, just doesn't really have great play feel. Practically, not that fantastic. Something else, hang on, this is actually more important than 5. Magic item support or supplement. They need to have a way to compensate for the fact that everybody else is getting absolutely bonkers nutso shit, and this monk is still kind of getting left naked and afraid, right? Yeah. Yeah, archers on the wall, we got a monk for that, yeah. What else? I think, hey!
$8.
Hey! You gonna survive?
Okay.
You can kick back.
I got some, but I'm just beef and
One
cheese
sec.
to have everything. Ugh.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Core game pollute. Right, we're gonna get rid of that. Is there anything else I'm forgetting? Yes, up the damage die. Yes. Magic item support. We got all this covered right here. Alright.
This should be.
Thank you. By the way, she's doing well outside of the latest unpleasantness. Yeah, she's doing good. It's just, burn.
Yeah, burn / sting, hurt.
Yeah.
I can't even lift it up.
Oh, no.
But
It's okay.
there's like a million band-aids on my leg. Ugh.
Not yet. We haven't watched it just yet. No. What?
Watch what?
Monk. They just released a preview for their monk. Okay, so let me say this to those of you that think, because I've seen this recommendation as a change before. I've seen this recommended as a change. I've seen some absolutely nutso shit. What can they not do to this monk? Okay, let's say this. Here's what they can't do. I'm telling you, if they do any of this right here, I have zero faith in that the design team knows the direction that this is supposed to go. Okay, and Taron, that sounds pretentious. No, stop it. I've been looking at this game. Trust me, I understand this fucking game. I understand the tactics of all this shit. This has been my job. All right, so, oh man, don't continue from the same list. God, come on, just format this for me. Come on, right there. Okay, sure. What they can't do to this monk, it's hit die. Wait, it's hit die. Can't be a D10. That is only for frontline bruisers. There you go. We'll just say this. Its hit die can't be a D10. I have seen this proposed as a fix for the monk. You want to go and play Benjamin Huffman's Pugilist, not this. This is supposed to be a midline harasser. Okay? Midline harasser. Midline harassers cannot start out with their hit die as a D10. If you really want a tankier monk, go pick up the tough feat, okay? But they're getting unarmored defense, right? They're getting a lot of other shit that this class is not supposed to be comparable to a barbarian. They have control. They are supposed to run in. Yep, they're supposed to run in, slap you, paralyze you, whatever, right? If you're playing this monk like a frontline brawler, I'm sorry, but you're playing it wrong. That's the truth of this, okay? Its hit die can't be a D10, period. I have seen other people propose this. It can't get both dexterity and wisdom as its starting saving throws. I don't know why people still keep proposing this whenever they keep listing it as a stipulation in the Dungeon Master's Guide. Dexterity and wisdom are both strong saving throws. All classes in D&D start out with a strong and a weak save, okay? So dexterity, wisdom, and constitution are what we call the strong saves. These come up extremely often, right? Constitution against poison, wisdom against mind-altering effects and magic, dexterity against basically anything that's testing your reflexes, right? If you're giving it both dexterity and wisdom, this breaks convention. The number one way that we can tell whether or not, at a fucking glance, a homebrew is balanced is whether or not the person writing it knows this rule right here. Okay? This goes for any fucking class I've ever seen. If they don't start out with a strong and a weak save, so like dexterity and strength, dexterity and charisma, dexterity and intelligence, right? If they don't start out with a strong and a weak save, I can basically write that homebrew off as like this has not been tested, or this person does not know the basic design principles of what's going on with D&D 5e. Just because it's a monk and just because they need a buff does not justify breaking this rule. And it's not just because they eventually get all. No. It's not just because they eventually get all. This is a truism of D&D 5e class design. Period. They've already announced a new SRD, or at least having more to Creative Commons. If they've already announced a new SRD, it's a new edition. They can call it whatever they want, but it's a new edition. As far as anything legally goes, it's a new edition at that point. They can say that they're just going to update the SRD for whatever. It's a new edition. Yeah. You made it a D12 for the monk because you've seen the monk get smashed at high level. Yeah, sorry. It's just, that's not how it's supposed to roll. That's not what this game is designed for. That's not what its play loop is, right? Key cannot infinitely regenerate. Okay. We need to find out, watch out for bag of rats exploits. Okay. Key cannot infinitely regenerate. This is going to be bold, italicized. It can't get both dexterity and wisdom as a starting saving throws. Bold, italicized. The errata is going to be longer than the handbook. What they can't do to this monk. I'm trying to think of what else. Write that down, chat. We're looking for a bag of ratsable. Yeah. We still want it to leave Rogue as viable. We want these to be two different flavors on a similar play field. I'm only going to eat this while we're watching the video, though, so we'll start that up soon because I'm hungry. Ugh. What would I think of a keyless monk? I'd be fine if there was a keyless monk. I really don't know why this is the one that randomly has to start tracking points for its key class feature. Yeah, give me a keyless monk. I'd be really down to see what all's going on with that. I made a pugilist for Vagabond that doesn't. None of the classes in Vagabond actually require you tracking points. Well, other than spellcasters, because of the mana point system and everything, new magic system and all that stuff. Hey, go check out my game Vagabond. You 51 viewers that are in here. Hey, how's it going? If you want to expand your TTRPG horizons. So here because you saw my homebrew class videos. Oh shucks. Okay. if there's something else that kind of comes up, I'll probably bring it up. I'm going to make mention of what I know are like the big changes. Kind of get my thoughts on those. Again, in chat, like, I do try to keep it constructive. Even though some of the things I'll say is like, this probably has poor playfeel or whatever. All the critiques I'm going to come up with do have actionable changes, right? I'm going to propose something that I think is a way to fix a thing or a way that something should be changed rather than just say that's bad, right? The crowdfunding, you can go follow the page. Yeah, you can go follow the crowdfunding page. Now, that's going to go live in September. Oh, come on. Okay. My people. Let's see what's up. New monk.
It's got a lot of loving attention, but we knew the monk was going to need some deep work done to it. And the deep work that we did in the monk, similar to deep work we did in the ranger, really amounts to this class and the ranger largely being new classes. When you look at the features for the monk, you look down that list, you're going to see a lot of familiar friends, but also you're going to see some new things. That is evident right away at first level when you...
One sec.
When you look at the features for the monk, you look down that list, you're going to
Tool proficiencies is listed right here. That wasn't listed in any of the other ones so far.
see a lot of familiar friends, but also you're going to see some new things. That
Okay, primary ability, hit point die. I'm looking at these for getting things ready for whenever we're working on our own homebrew for 5e. So it goes tool proficiencies. So it's weapon proficiencies, then tool proficiencies. Row below. So tool proficiency. See, I got a taco in my other hand, all right. Or proficiencies, rather. Cool. Let's go bold, header bold. Wait, bold. Thank you. Okay, let's get back to it, shall we?
That is evident right away at first
Yeah,
level.
that art is super dope. Yeah, art is super dope on that one. Hang on, let's go back 10 seconds.
Largely being new classes. When you look at the features for the monk, you look down that list, you're going to see a lot of familiar friends.
Monk versus like a fucking werewolf? I dig it. Yeah, dragon monk fighting a werewolf. I don't know, but I want to see that session. That's sick.
But also you're going to see some new things. That is evident right away at first level when you dig into the main feature of the monk at that level, martial arts, where you will find out that right away your selection of monk weapons has been broadened to be all simple melee weapons as well as martial melee weapons that have the light property. That's going to give you some more flexibility than you had before. And we've also now made it so that you can now make, with this feature, a unarmed strike as a bonus action, regardless of what else you're doing on your turn. We used to have it so that the monk had to set up their bonus action unarmed strike before they could do it. Now you don't need the setup. You just simply have always the option to make an unarmed strike as a bonus action.
That should just be a thing that you can do with your bonus action. Honestly, for like everybody in the game, if you have a one-handed weapon and your other hand is empty, go on ahead and just let them do that bonus action. Make the make the unarmed strike if that's what they want to do, and that doesn't eat up power budget in a class. That class can instead specialize in the thing that like is already an interaction that everybody else can do. You're technically quote unquote dual wielding, so like, why not? Like, I'll just say it to you like this, right? Yeah, you can always kick with legs, right? So like, if I have a sword in one hand, right? I have a short sword in my right hand, and I have nothing in my left hand, and I slash with my sword, I suddenly can't do anything, right? However, if I suddenly have another sword in my left hand, I can suddenly make an attack with it, right, as a bonus action. It's very weird to me that they don't count your hand being empty as having an unarmed strike that you can equip or whatever that you can make as an attack with a bonus action. This is a very, very weird, yeah, also your feet are unoccupied, yeah. There is a really, really weird murkiness with this that I just don't think their monk needed to eat up power budget to cover here. Because, like, I think your game could just already go ahead and do this, and yeah. That's blocked by the rule that bonus action attacks don't add your modifier. See? And now you say that the monk can add its modifier to that attack. Ooh, there you go. Like, cake. Cake.
Now, there's even more going on here than that suggests, because we have, in the rules glossary, redesigned the unarmed strike itself. And this is a redesign that affects all characters, but will be especially felt by monk players because of how often monks make unarmed strikes. So it used to be in 2014 that the unarmed strike was just a way for anybody to deal some damage if they were without a weapon.
Yeah.
Now, monks and a few other characters were happy to make unarmed strikes because they often were very effective at them. What we've now done is we have made it so that when you make an unarmed strike, you now have 3 options of what it does. It can deal damage, like it did before, or you can try to initiate a grapple, or you can try to shove your target. Really what we've done is we've taken 3 different things that used to exist on their own in the game, dealing unarmed damage, grappling, and shoving, and we've combined them all into your unarmed strike.
You've kind of weapon mastered unarmed strikes, basically.
And we did this for everyone so that you had sort of a single place you could go to for the cool options for your character when you are throwing down with your fists, or you're wrestling, or you're just trying to push someone back. But we also wanted to make it so that the monk could really benefit from this, because this means, unlike in 2014, any time the monk is making an unarmed strike, including as a bonus action, that unarmed strike could be dealing damage.
Whenever we first saw this on Earth Arcana, I immediately knew that that was coming from monk. Everybody did. We saw that, and it was just like, holy shit, this class is going to pop off. It was a great change. It needed to stay. This was the thing that was going to make monk the controller it was supposed to be. It is a midline controller that is specializing in the martial maneuvers of shoving, pushing, whatever, right? Like grappling, yes, this is what this monk was supposed to be. It's going to give me the magic crayon feel of these are the martial arts or whatever. I'll also say, seen a lot of people that say like, well, I've studied this martial art and this monk doesn't really do martial arts correct, so I did my own homebrew on it. I'm gonna subtweet you over there, Fred, all right? I've seen this brought up a lot. A lot. I don't think that this monk is going to be representative of every single martial art, and I don't think that it should. This needs to be a vague enough sort of like idea of it, and then you take that idea and build off of it into what you want to do. Trying to get so into the nuance of everything being very hyper simulationist of this martial art, whatever, is going to wind up bogging this thing down even more than it already is. So what it should do is give you a surface level graze of, here is a martial artist, not specifically this martial art.
Or it could be starting a grapple, or it could involve shoving somebody. That means the monk has
But yeah, monks are to martial artists what the bard is to Taron. Yes. Milia, you got nothing in here.
She says, I want to be a...
No.
Amelia, come on.
No, you can get yourself locked in here.
Yes, and then you're scratching.
Uh-huh.
You don't have to...
Amelia's like, I know he had tacos in there. I'm gonna go get locked in and bug him all the time. Oh my god. I love that dog. But yeah. So, they did it in that one UA and then rolled it back. What, the push, grapple, shove stuff? I'm pretty sure they actually re-implemented it. Yeah. Now, so what's happening here? Someone was mentioning, like, yeah, monks are to martial artists what the bard is to Taron. For me, there's a lot of really cool shit they could be doing. There's a lot of super cool shit they could be doing with the idea of music and magic, right? The problem is they relied on that as the most basic narrative they could and didn't really get into the idea of what makes music such a huge mystery into our universe. Like, there's so many things you could be doing with that shit, I swear. Okay, but honor structure, everyone should be finesse. Hey, you should go check out Vagabond, where you can use either. Yeah. The only reason why they're not in D&D is because they really feel a need to make sure that like rogue and like rogue doesn't get so much into like monk's territory, and it's like that's not really a great reason for that. Just like let it be, like just fucking let it be. And, yeah, the weapon masteries on fists could be a funny way to kind of like model that, right? I know, it could be a fun way to like model that of like you can use these weapon masteries on your unarmed strikes, whereas others can't. Could be kind of cool. Yeah, I think like that would actually be a pretty interesting way of saying here, this is the fighting style-esque thing you can do. It makes their punches super unique. Yeah, that might be kind of interesting to see. Being able to push something even further with your punch is that's the kind of fantasy I think a lot of people, especially the weebs out there, are definitely going to be wanting out of your monks. All right.
Amount of tactical versatility that is with their unarmed strikes.
Oh, maybe that'll be Kinsei. No, it should just be every monk, honestly. I think they should. Actually, that's the one thing that I would say could justify their weapon mastery system, is if it allowed for weird shit like that. Let the monk be able to, like, I don't know, study a martial arts style that allows them to do topple, do all that stuff with their punches. That's fun. That's fun and funny. However, they also need to massage out a couple of those additional rolls that are required to make a lot of those weapon styles work. Yeah. Yeah.
Which is akin to the tactical versatility that our weapon users have who are using weapon mastery.
Absolutely.
But a whole lot is hiding out in the unarmed strike itself and how it then combines with the monk's various abilities that use the unarmed strike. And that is evident right away in the martial arts feature.
Just be pushing someone all around the map.
Yes. And also, boom, bonus action starting a grapple.
Yeah.
Later on, as monks are able to get more and more unarmed strikes on their turn, each of those unarmed strikes could be a different one of these options.
Yeah.
You could be shoving one person, starting a grapple with another, punching them, kicking away the other person with the shove. It is really cinematic and exciting in actual play.
Yeah.
The monk, through this martial arts feature, can now use their dexterity rather than their strength to set the DCs for the new grappling and shove options that are inside the unarmed
Was that the Shadow Monk? That was a cool piece of art.
strike. So we wanted to make sure that the monk, who is most interested in having a high dexterity and secondarily a high wisdom, that they did not need to then sort of also need to have a really good strength. We wanted monks to be able to take that dexterity and have it even support them when they're using their grappling and shoving options within unarmed strike. Monks also have their martial arts die, and this is the die that they use for their unarmed strikes. It's also the die that they can use with their monk weapons, and as they go up in level, at various times the die improves, which then means, of course, the damage of their unarmed strikes is improving, and the damage of their monk weapons is potentially improving, depending on what the weapons damage die was originally. Across the board, the martial arts die has been improved. And so it now starts at a D6.
Check. Here, let's just do... Oh, wait, we had a numbered list? Here, let's do... No, wait. There's actually a way to do checkboxes in here, right? Hey. What do you know? Okay. You'll be exploring mastery manipulations in your martial power stream tomorrow for those interested. Hey, everybody that's here, I got 59 of you all here. If you're interested in TTRPG streams and catching up on what all is going on, my mod right there, Phil, is one of the coolest motherfuckers who's been helping me out and running stuff with my community. Really chill streams, art streams, things like that. Go sub, go say hey to Phil. Go be buddies, okay? Go check out what he's got going on, right? Yeah, absolutely, my dude. Now, let's see what's up.
Level 1 and goes all the way up to a D12 at level 17, which means monks have just simply had a buff across the board on their damage output. Because we realized digging into the intricacies of the class's math that it just was not delivering the amount of damage that it should. And so this is a rare case in this player's handbook of a class just simply getting
Flat out damage buff.
Just a flat out damage buff.
Yeah.
And we were able to do that because this is also the unusual class that has so much of its damage passing through a single feature, and in this case it's the martial arts feature. Whereas we have other classes where damage is instead routing through different weapons, it's routing through different spells, whereas with the monk, so much funnels through this level 1 feature. You ready for some more monk excitement?
Yes, I am ready for more monk excitement. I'm concerned that this is going to be a 3-hour video on monk.
So, at level 2,
Yeah.
we made it a level.
Wow! We get to level 2.
So in the new feature called Monk's Focus,
Yeah.
this is a replacement for a feature that used to be called Key, and this has changed in way more than just name. It is, I mean, other than sort of some surface details of you get some points to spend on various things, there are so many functional changes in here that I'm glad just for that reason alone that the feature has a new name to signal to people.
Yeah.
Pay very close attention to this.
I need to put this in here real quick, actually. I realized I just forgot this. And it's about to come up right here.
Because in the new Monk's Focus, you have a pool of points that are now called focus points to spend not only on the options that are in this feature, but also a number of the options that appear later in the class. And anyone curious about using any monk material that was published prior to this book, anything that referred to key points in the past should essentially just be read as now referring to focus points. Inside this feature, you still have these sub-options that were there before, but they're really only here in name. Flurry of Blows, Patient Defense, and Step of the Wind. I say they're here really only in name because so much has changed functionally, because there have been major enhancements here. First, Patient Defense now lets you take the disengage action as a bonus action without spending any points.
Wow.
Before it required points.
Yeah.
Now, when you get Monk's Focus, you simply gain the ability to take the disengage action as a bonus action. Similarly, the Step of the Wind component of Monk's Focus lets you take the dash action as a bonus action. So what these now do that relates to focus points is you can now use focus points to enhance them. So for example, you could spend
Hold up. Wait, did they say dash as a bonus action? Did they say dash as a bonus action?
this feature, you still have these sub-options that were there before, but they're really only here in name. Flurry of Blows, Patient Defense, and Step of the Wind. I say they're here really only in name because so much has changed functionally, because there have been major enhancements here. First, Patient Defense now lets you take the disengage action as a bonus action without spending any points.
Wow.
Before it required points.
Yeah.
Now, when you get Monk's Focus, you simply gain the ability to take the disengage action as a bonus action. Similarly, the Step of the Wind component of Monk's Focus lets you take the dash action as a bonus action. So what these now do that relates to focus points is you can now use focus points to enhance them. So for example, you could spend a focus point with Patient Defense to, yes, take the disengage action as a bonus action, but also the dodge action at the same time. Similarly,
Okay. Is it dash for one key? Is it so it's dash wait, sorry, it's disengage and dodge for one key? So it's a dash as a bonus action for a key is fine. That's still fine. It's dash for free, then disengage at the same time for one key. Okay. Disengage and dodge for one key. So disengage is free. Disengage and dodge for one key. Dash as a bonus is free. Dash and disengage is one key. Right? Or one focus now? Right? Did we get that right? The dodge and disengage for one key is absurdly good. That is so good. Yeah, I'm actually considering doing that instead of Flurry of Blows spamming. That's very good. It's so fucking good. I don't mind focus. I was never going to call it discipline points, but now that they've called it focus, I'm fine with switching over from key. Yeah. I actually think that I like the term focus because it doesn't feel so rooted in mysticism, if that makes sense, you know? Yeah. So yeah, I know there's more. Trust me, we're only like what, a quarter of the way through this. I would say at this point, go in, punch. The fact that this is all free up here, disengage for free. Guess what they've done? Bingo bango. Buy second level. Okay. Let's see what else we got in here. Because it's written in mysticism, but the rest of the names are still Ooga Booga. Like the feature names? Run and punch and run. Yeah. Yep.
The Step of the Wind on its own lets you just take the dash action as a bonus action, or you can spend a focus point to be able to take the disengage and dash actions together and have your jump distance doubled for the rest of the turn.
Jeez.
And so now spending your focus points rather than
so like as far as the jump distance goes on that, like I have worked with so many different systems now about like what it means to jump, what it means to move, and that, and yada yada yada. As far as what this would mean for 5e, the only thing that to me ever really becomes a problem, if it's just like, yeah, monk, you know, the best thing to do with it at all times is just to keep on jumping everywhere because it's faster for you to jump than it is for you to run. Yeah, or run the way the jumps out of, like, that can be cool. The fact that it's tied into your, okay, so Step of the Wind is you dash. So you're dashing, you're getting the disengage, so your movement speed is doubled, right? Be honest, how often are you jumping in combat? The thing is, if you move farther by jumping than you do by walking, then you're going to be jumping all the time. This is what people were doing with the Hadazi, right? Yes, so jump action. If they actually made it to where the jump... This is why I actually praise them for doing this. Originally, in one of the UAs, they had proposed a new action called the jump action. And it got bad feedback on it because people didn't understand why it was there. It needed to be there as a restriction. You can only do this once per turn. Okay? You can only do this once per turn. That'd be fantastic. Actually, here's what you just say over here for this. You can only ever jump once during your turn. Like, that's it. Once during a turn, you can jump. Because what was happening was, if you looked at like the Hadazi and the way that they originally worked, was you jump 1 foot and glide, 10 feet? And the way that it was working was they literally programmed in a wave dash. They took the mechanics from the glider in Curse of Strahd and made it a racial trait. And by doing that, they gave you a race that could... Was it 1 to 5? I thought it was 1 to 10. Is it? I mean, even still, if it's 1 to 5, you're getting 25 feet of movement out of every 5 feet of speed you use. It was absurd what you were doing, because they don't have kind of kickers to some of their rules, like you can only jump once on a turn. Do that, right? Yeah. If the jump does not add to their overall speed, that's the way that it needs to work. Yeah, that's the way that it needs to work. It doesn't add to your overall speed. If it's triple it for that turn, it is 1 to 5. Okay, thank you. So, it was the glider from the Princess of Apocalypse. You don't remember any gliders from Curse of Strahd? It's in the, I guess, spoilers. It's in the crypt. Look for the time traveler in the crypt. So, even still with it being 1 to 5, you're still getting the, I'm going to jump 1 foot in the air, or like, hell, I'm going to jump 5 feet in the air and go 25 feet, right? So, and then whenever you're down there, because jumping was not requiring an action, you can just do it again. Big spoilers? That is a minor spoiler. That is a minor spoiler for a crypt. Yeah. So... Yeah, as long as it's not more efficient for you to jump than it is for you to just move. Yeah. Yeah, 500% movement speed for free is still insane. Yep. Jumping and such usually doesn't add to your total speed. In the normal rules, it says you cannot jump further than your remaining movement. Even if monk jump is tripled, it still doesn't break. I would love to see that. If you can actually get me that, and then if you guys see it tagged in chat, or like if you guys can verify that, can you let me know? It's just because I don't know, you guys can't see my bookshelf over here. Literally, I go through a new TTRPG every 3 days, it feels like. So I see a lot of rules. That is also your understanding. Can you tell me a page number? Oh, this is actually a brand new one. I say brand new one. We got it like 2 years ago. But I just cracked it open to start doing some rules reminders. So jump is part of your speed, but I think it's in, what is it, chapter 8? Playing the game. Using ability scores. Initiative, your turn, bonus actions, reactions, breaking up your move. Each foot you clear on the jump costs a foot of movement. Brother, I sold off my 5 ebooks. I'm looking for it. So each foot you clear on the jump costs a foot of movement. Making an attack. Grappling, shoving a creature. Cover. It's in the movement section. Here, we're just gonna index. I wonder how many people are furiously flipping through their PHBs right now. C, under movement. Thank you for the fucking... Alright. 182, 190. Speed. Thank you. Jumping, long jump. Your strength determines how far you can jump. Long jump. When you make a long jump, you cover a number of feet equal to your strength score if you move at least 10 feet on foot immediately before the jump. So it costs you 10 feet to even do it in the first place. Each foot you clear on the jump costs a foot of movement. Thank you. Hey. All right. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It is right there covered. Okay. So, each foot you clear on the jump requires a foot of movement. So the interpretation that was breaking it for Hadazi was, wait, your jump distance is tripled. So if you do the jump as a monk, does that mean that the jump distance you do there, you still can't jump any further than your remaining movement speed? Correct me if I'm wrong. Is that the correct interpretation? You think so? Correct. So, okay. So if my movement speed is doubled for the rest, or sorry, if my jump distance is doubled, you still need 1 foot per foot you clear. You can just jump 60 feet instead of 20 with 20 strength. Wait, what? The Hadazi's feature, yeah, the extra 5 feet is no movement cost. Right. Yeah, we need to get that cleared. Well, this is the weird thing. It says 20, you're saying 20 dex? That's the weird thing. It's not your dex, it's your strength. So... This is always, and see, this is another reason why I'm not a big fan of hyper simulation games, is because of something that should be this minor like this is suddenly becoming a bit of an argument, right? Not argument as in, yeah. Ooh, wait, monks get to use dex for strength, right? I don't believe it's codified anywhere that they can use Dex for jumping instead of Strength. I don't think that's codified anywhere. Yeah, jumping has always been goofy. Yeah. It's one of the new changes here? Is it? They actually address that? Look at the last UA with the monk, it's basically the same. Can use dexterity in place of strength when you grapple or shove. That's grapple or shove. I'm gonna need to really see if they cemented that. But yeah, for me, I just prefer a game where it's like, you can jump like 10 feet on the turn. Okay, cool. Cool. All right. What's up next? You can. It uses your speed. Yes. UA version is what we're getting minus a very minor change to Stunning Strike. Oh, so Treant Monk's video was basically saying it's the same except for a thing that they changed on Stunning Strike. Okay. Well, I know for sure that Chris got a copy of it. What was the Unearthed Arcana they were in? 8? Let me see here. PT6? I thought it was in PT8. No, it's in PT8. Hiccup. All right, if Treant Monk was saying that, then it's, I mean, it's gospel. So, if it's functionally the same, other than the change to Stunning Strike, then what we have here, because everything sounds similar. The change to dexterity that is talking about jump distance is not currently covered in its martial arts, from what I'm seeing. And he's killing. Yeah. No, I mean, honestly, to me, the thing was, like, if I was still playing D&D and I was, like, really wanting to play a monk, them just changing the fact that, like, you can disengage as a bonus action for free, and you can shove and grapple whenever you're making an unarmed strike, that would have already been, like, that's a huge, significant change. Upping the damage die was like, this is all a move in the right direction, right? Okay, so I have the playtest that's up. I'm going to go back to the video here, and we'll be going back and forth through to see what all's kind of happened. Yeah, the ability to actually skirmish is a huge deal. Yeah. Okay.
Unlocking the base ability is instead about enhancing the base ability. Now, Flurry of Blows is the one of these three options within Monk's Focus that only has a version where you spend focus points on it.
Yeah.
And that is you spend a focus point to make 2 unarmed strikes as a bonus action. The reason why it doesn't have a sort of freebie version like Patient, Defense, and Step of the Wind.
Oh, you've already got
It already has
Exactly.
one.
You got the freebie version back at
Yeah.
first level.
Yeah.
Because at first level, you now get the ability to just, for free as a bonus action, boom, use your unarmed strike.
Yeah.
So now what Flurry of Blows does is let you enhance that by spending a focus point. I really love this new approach where, again, your focus points in a way are about amping up the volume rather than needing them to do your baseline
You don't need
moves.
them for the identity of this class. Yeah.
Exactly. Because now the way we've structured it, even if you're out of focus points, you can do all the baseline monk things.
Yeah.
And focus points now become just really cool spice. That's how you crank it up. Focus points are also critical for some of your higher level abilities that can be used only with focus points. Now, we also took to heart, though, that even though we had lessened how many of your baseline things require focus points, that monks have often felt focus point constraint and too constrained. Because we always want, when there is a limited resource in the game, for there to be a sense of limit. I mean, that's the point, for you to feel like your resource decisions matter, and for there to be that growing sense of danger as you see, you're basically your power tank going down toward empty, whether it's focus points or spell slots or something else. But even with all of that in mind, we felt we could give monks a little more breathing room. And so with that in mind, at level 2, they get a brand new feature after all this other brand new called Uncanny Metabolism. And what this lets the monk do is, when they roll initiative, just decide to regain all their expended focus points. You're getting this feature now at level 2. Now, once you use this feature, you can't do it again until you finish a long rest. But that means once per day, when a battle starts, you can just say, I got all my points back. And that's not all. You also regain a certain number of hit points when you do that. So this Uncanny...
So, okay, I can't really complain about anything involved with this other than, I think I would have liked it to happen a bit more during combat, but it's here. This is regeneration. It's easier and more reliable than a short rest, and you're getting additional hit points, so, like, effectively your hit points are... Roll your martial arts die, because it's actually good. This starts out worse, but it gets better than your hit die. Okay. Yeah, it's like you're getting a short rest insanely quick. It gets better as you improve. You can't use this feature again until you finish a long rest. It's here. This is fine. It's fine. There's... It's doing all the things that we would kind of want it to do. Yeah, that's kind of about all I can really say. Will sorcerers be able to do that? Oh, I have zero idea. We'll probably find out tomorrow, I'm guessing. I don't know that it necessarily needs to be that easy for classes that use that same resource in order to, like, quickly heal. But, it's okay. It's okay.
Metabolism is you just drawing in your personal resources and saying, I'm ready for another fight. And that's probably going to keep you going for the rest of the adventuring day, or at least a good part of it.
Nice.
Now, when you get to level 3...
We're at level 3!
You now get Deflect attacks, and this feature has been redesigned.
Wait, was this always at 3rd? Something made me think it was at 6th or something. Deflect missiles, was this always at 3rd? Am I misremembering that? It's always been 3rd? Okay. Huh. I don't know why I thought that was later. I played a monk for like 2 years. Oh, that's paladin. No wonder I was like, wait, that's druid, right? Yeah, it's always the 3rd. Okay, I don't know what I was thinking. It's just used so rarely that people forget it.
So that it is more versatile than it was before. This used to be the feature that gave you a chance of catching a projectile that was fired at you, and if you managed to zero out the damage completely, you then had the option of trying to hurl it back. And then there were some complexities of the nature of that projectile affected the damage that you were sending back. We wanted it to be easier and more fun for monks to use this ability. And so what we did is we now made it easier, just the whole operation, for the monk to figure out how they reduce the damage. We no longer care about the physical quality of the thing that's hitting you. All we care about in this rule now is that it deals bludgeoning, piercing, or slashing damage. So whatever it is that's coming in, you can try to deflect it and reduce the damage. And then if you reduce it to 0, and that reduction, by the way, is you roll a d10.
Jeaner, welcome. Thanks for giving me an easy name there.
And you add your dexterity modifier and your monk level. And if all of that combined zeroes the damage out, you have the option of spending a focus point to then basically redirect the attack's force towards somebody else. And now that other target now has to make a saving throw, and if they fail, you get to do an amount of force damage to them based on your martial arts dice. And remember, your martial arts dice are way better than they used to be.
Yeah.
This feature gets even spicier at higher level, and I'm going to skip ahead because later on...
Eventually, it's energy.
Yes, all the way at level 13, you get a feature...
Okay, so that's deflecting spells and stuff. Okay. So, why I don't like this at first glance? If you reduce the damage, I don't think you should even have to spend the focus point. Just let him make that attack. And it's requiring a dexterity saving throw instead of you making the attack roll against him. Why suddenly is it doing that? Oh, wait. Oh, because of melee, and they want you to be able to throw the force, like, kinetically, almost like a mystical, like, whoosh, and you redirect kinetic energy. Gotcha. Okay. Okay. I was just trying to figure out what the narrative was on that I wasn't quite seeing. So you're not just redirecting ranged attacks, you're redirecting the melee attack. This is where this monk really goes magical. Where this is now getting into the mystical side of it, I feel. Having the focus points and everything still felt like maybe we were emulating a bit of martial arts. This is now suddenly feeling like, oh, okay, there is a bit more to this. Yeah, the one focus point should be maybe you could like add it as an additional D10 if you spend a focus point to like, it feels like you're kind of like catching it, right? Or like forcing back against it, where like, I'm going to spend 3 focus points on this one and roll 3d10 and see if I can stop this, right? That feels cool. So if you could stop it, one of the things that I would like to know is, what if it's an attack that targets more than just you? So if you're the target of the attack, you reduce... Okay, so you see how this is saying the total damage you take from the attack is reduced by 1d10 plus your dexterity modifier? If you're asking kind of what I mean in this, there are multiple instances of attacks that do target other people. They are also including the cleave property in the game now. So, this is only currently reducing the damage against you. And to me, it's a little bit odd that the narrative of deflect attacks is that you're deflecting the attack and any damage that I guess you would be taking to some other creature, and yet you're also not kind of stopping that attack from hitting one of your buddies as well. So I would like to see a version of it, I guess, where it was like, this is actually reducing the damage of the attack and any to more than just you, also your friends. Because that's a cool, like, oh, fuck yeah, dude moment. Like, you have this thing, and it makes your buddies go, oh, shit, dude, your character kind of rocks, because they just saved my ass right there. You want to go in and, like, you know, get behind me, Mr. President, with your monk? Like, that'd be fucking dope, right? Unfortunately, I don't think you can. Unless they do tweak that. Yeah, you get shot, you catch the arrow. When it can just include generic physical damage, it gets more murky. I would like to see a version of it where it did account for that, and this monk could be a savior. Cleave only works if you hit. Right. But that's the thing, is like, you are still getting hit with this, but you're reducing the damage you take. So you're still getting hit by the attack. And like, that's the other kind of not great thing about this, is it still counts as a hit. So because it counts as a hit, other things still apply here, such as poison. So even if you're bit by something, it doesn't matter that you reduce the damage, at least according to 5e, you still get poisoned by it, right? So if it would reduce the damage to 0, what it should say in here is the attack does not count as a hit anymore. Or something like that, if they wanted to make it work, right? Poison does not require taking damage. No. Yeah, that's a thing. That's actually a thing that I've had to cover with Vagabond a lot. If something does take the pierce damage, it is then poisoned, and yada yada yada. It's not too often that, like, if something bites you, and like, it doesn't matter if you ignore the pierce damage that it deals or whatever, if you're like for some reason immune to piercing damage, but you still get bit by a snake, you're still getting poisoned, you know? Yeah, but it doesn't matter because you've been hit with the attack, right? Here's the difference in the argument, right? So, like, it doesn't matter that damage was dealt to you, right? Damage dealt, okay, poisoned, right? Let's say here's the attack that happens. You are attacked. Okay? Attack misses. With a poisoning weapon. Okay? Not poisoned. Attack hits. Poisoned. Damage dealt. Poisoned. Damage not dealt. Or attack hits. Unfortunately, this is the way that it works out in 5e. You're attacked with a poisoning weapon. The attack misses. You're not poisoned. The attack hits. You're poisoned. Attack hits and damage dealt. Poisoned. Attack hits. Damage not dealt. Poisoned. It's not a matter of whether or not you take the damage. It's just a matter of whether or not the attack hits. Because of the way that it's currently coded in the game. It's not really intuitive, but yeah. Armor of Agathis, Warlock plus Monk dip for deflect attacks. Ooh. That's good. You're hit with the attack, right? I keep forgetting if the trigger is you take damage. No, that's the thing. The trigger isn't that you take damage. The trigger is that you're hit with the attack. Right? Hits you with a melee attack while you have these hit points. Fuck me, that's gonna be good. Yeah, especially because you can reduce the damage from the temporary hit points before it actually hits you. Fuck, that's gonna be good. Yeah. Yeah, and losing temper. Yeah, it's... So, it doesn't even matter here. It's just if the creature hits you with the attack. The fact that it doesn't zero out the attack hitting you with the deflect missiles means that Armor of Agathis would pop. And I know a lot of people say that, like, maybe I overestimate the spell or something like that. My guys, I'm telling you, there is going to be a build that is going to break this fucking game involving this spell right here. I don't know what it's going to be. I don't know what. But pieces are going to get put together that are going to rip this asshole wide open. Yeah. The thing that needs to happen, I would say, to prevent Armor of Agathis from getting out of control, in my personal opinion, okay, is either the spell needs to scale every other spell slot level, or it needs to cap at 5th level. Because this probably should not be dishing out any more than 25 damage for either the temporary hit points or the damage dealt. This spell is one of my major quibbles with D&D as a system, because I think this is going to wind up being a fucking scary ass spell at some point. The fact that this works with this monk, that's pretty goddamn good. That is pretty goddamn good. This would also be awesome in the 5 times that it would work. Honestly, if you got it, with just how much this monk is able to deflect all the attacks and everything, this monk is gonna feel pretty okay sticking in that like mid and front line. Yeah, they may even not really give a shit and just want to stay in the front line and keep on deflecting attacks. That coming online at 3rd level, so you can still reduce the damage of the attack, right? You have to use your reaction. You have to use your reaction. Monk isn't really caring about much of anything else for his reaction other than to opportunity attack. You can deflect a melee attack that will come at you. This monk is looking really good. This is a I kind of got this right here. I kind of got what I was wanting out of this. They've added more into it that justifies why it should still cost focus. Yeah, so we got this right here. That's all good. We're not spending resources on doing anything that make it viable. Key is not infinitely regenerating. They did, from what it sounds like, this is staying the same. Strength and dexterity is staying the same. Okay, we can just get rid of this note. This monk is remaining a single target harasser and controller. It happens to be fairly comfortable at staying in the front line, it turns out. And what you're going to wind up getting out of this monk, at least from the feel so far, we're pausing here because we're at the moment that the core gameplay loop is where things are really clicking here, right? So we're at, I don't know why chat is kind of delayed over here, but it's fine over here. I don't know, it looks weird right here, but in my UI that I'm looking at in my software, it all seems fine. It just seems like it's slow up here for some reason. Okay. Monk already right now is, you think it just got up? Probably. This monk is looking incredibly solid, and part of what is good about this at this moment is this is naturally allowing for a lot of very kind of video game combo style things to happen, where you're getting stuff that you can do with your reaction that also involves you making an attack. You're getting a lot of the kind of fluid call and response of what happens with martial artist like fantasy. What else do we get? Stunning Strike is going to be the interesting case. With all the stuff that you're able to do with deflect attacks, I'm going to say that my point right here, that it should not cost focus. With everything else that you're doing with it, I'm fine with just saying, like, I can see why it costs focus. We'll just get rid of that on the list. Here's the other three things that I'm kind of looking at right here. So, Stunning Strike needs to not be spammable, but still worth its cost is going to be the thing that we're going to see coming up here very, very soon.
Now called Deflect Energy, where you can now use deflect attacks to deflect any damage type. No matter what it is, whatever energy is coming in, the monk with their preternatural abilities can use their focus to bounce that fire over there, deflect that wave of thunder towards somebody else. It's pretty badass.
Yeah, that's amazing.
In addition to their damage output being improved, we have also looked at ways to improve their survivability. And that's evident in how their superior defense feature works at level 18. It is also evident in their disciplined survivor ability, which is what they can use to reroll saving throws. It's also especially evident at level 10 in their self-restoration ability, which is a new feature that combines elements that they used to have in other features, where when they get to the end of their turn, if they're charmed, frightened, or poisoned, again, this is at level 10, they can just say, no, I'm not. And before, this had an action economy cost associated with it. No, not anymore. Now just the monk, they get to the end of their turn, and it is literally this good. If they're charmed, frightened, or poisoned, nah. We really wanted...
It's fine. I'm like... Well, if you made it at the start of their turn, why not just go ahead and say that you're immune to being charmed, frightened, or poisoned? Removing it is... This is 10th level. They're already going to get the proficiency in all the saving throws. Why eat the power budget here? Just say they're immune. That would be my critique here. This is causing a thing that you have to track now, when in reality the thing that they really wanted to do is make it to where you were immune to being charmed, frightened, or poisoned. That would be easier to just track anyways, because you don't track it. You say like, oh, no, I'm immune to that. But like, I guess apparently they wanted you to go through it for a turn. I don't know why. I would actually just say to my monk player, like, yeah, in the turn means 1 round of hurt, but I'm like, so why? Like, why? Why not just make it immune? So you get 1 turn against the monk, I guess? It's 10th level, though. And then they're going to get the proficiency in all their saving throws right here, coming up in 4 levels? Just like, you want faster play, just make this immunity. Make it good. Like, make it to where you can't be charmed, frightened, or poisoned. Like, isn't Paladin already getting immunity to being poisoned? And there's Barbarian getting the ability to just not be charmed or frightened while they're raging? It's the 10th level, just make it immunity. Nah, just get rid of this. Immune or split Diamond Soul so that they get proficiency and everything earlier. I would rather Diamond Soul be way later. Or was it 14th level? Like, this is fine for this. Paladin had immunity to disease, but they removed it. But they kept immunity to poison, though, right? Because poison and disease are essentially being handled by the same rider. Oh, yeah, just make it immunity. Don't do that. They didn't have immunity to poison before? What am I misremembering? Am I just seriously thinking that it was, that was Old Monk? So these guys got divine health. Immune to disease. Why did I think that was poison too? Okay. Monk got immunity to poison. And they got that through purity of body, right? Immune to disease and poison. Just make it immunity. Yeah, just make it immunity to charm, frighten, or poison. Purity of... Yeah. What else are they getting here? Make 3... Ooh... Why did they not move that to 11th? Or subclass? Probably, yeah. Subclass feature. The pacing on this one's a little bit off. I think this should have kicked online at 11th. At this point, I mean, I'm just... This book is going to print, so yeah. Usually 11th level is where we're seeing a lot more offensive power spikes kick on. 10th level is an alright spot to have some of that, you know, immunity to poison, charmed, frightened, and everything alone would have made self-restoration so fucking good. Having to track this now, I don't like that. In addition, foregoing food and drink doesn't give you levels of exhaustion. Flavor pick right here. This really has extremely little mechanical benefit in the game. Unless your party at 10th level is doing a lot of extreme survival, this is not coming into factor here. Yeah. That 10th level feature should definitely be moved up. One, it's insane. No sounder, is that just you? Refresh your browser. Heightened discipline, doing this right here. 2 rolls of your martial art die? So you're getting disengage, dodge. You're getting disengage, dodge, and 2d10? 2d8 at this point? But 2d10? Temporary hit points, and then 2d12? For 1 key? What? Their expanding on exploration rules might be why they have that. There is no way at 10th level this is going to factor in as much. This would mean so much more if you were getting this like at 3rd or 2nd or 1st. Here at 10th level, this is nothing. By the way, Tireless on the Ranger, getting that at 10th or whatever that was, worthless. Worthless feature that late. If you were able to remove exhaustion in an easier way, then it's worth something. You avoid exhaustion by foregoing food or what, or this is a worthless feature right here. They could get rid of this and the power budget does not change. Yep, and you get the dodge. Whoa, okay. When you spend a discipline point to use Step of the Wind, choose a willing creature within 5 feet of you that is larger or smaller. You move the creature with you until the end of your turn. The creature's movement doesn't provoke opportunity attacks. That's really good. That is super good. Like, this is an incredibly strong positioning tool. Yeah, that's insanely good. This right here, though, pop that your first turn in combat. Do it. Look, your first turn in combat, this should be what you're always doing right here. Or hell, no, do it outside of combat. Yeah, if you know there's a fight coming up, pop this. You just get temporary hit points before the combat even starts. Yeah, you can prep that. You can prep, pop it. Get a key point, bam, you're good. If you don't have the key to make it work, or you have less temporary hit points than that, guess what? Whenever you roll initiative, that should be the first thing that you do. That's super good. The 2d8 temporary hit points that you're getting right there, this is already such a good bonus action. It's already so good. You can prep this now. You're now making 3 unarmed strikes with flurry of blows. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? We get extra attack. Yeah. Extra attack, and now you're making 5 hits with this. That's more than what Monk could do before. Yeah, disengage, dodge, temporary hit points all as one bonus action. That's fucking crazy. This should be at 11th level, so they can clear up room for this to become immunity. Like, let this become immunity right here so that there's less that they have to track, right? Give it some space to breathe by moving this batshit craziness right up to 11th level. They're 11th level for their subclass. Don't know what else they're getting, but like, boy, them getting into like that 3rd tier of play with like the subclass feature and heightened discipline is going to feel like such a huge oomph into that. I like heightened discipline. My worry though is that one of the eventually what's going to happen is that people are going to recommend you get rid of this feature. I genuinely think that higher level players, by the way, I hear this asked quite a lot in my chats and everything, where people are like, wow, people never play up that high rate or whatever. I can see at least 2 people in my chat right here on my screen who I know test out stuff and play tons of higher level stuff. Phil Kearney, one of my mods. I've also talked with Fred, who also has run a bunch of higher level stuff. If I'm remembering that right, correct me if I'm wrong, Fred. But Phil is someone who does a lot of testing and just like quick level 1 to 16 and 20. Yeah. So Phil, though, is somebody who does a lot of into a 50-hour campaign. For those of you that say that, like, okay, well, 99% of D&D tables don't hit up beyond this height, I'm sorry, but like we got some of the 1% down in here too. So every 1 out of 100 people is apparently going to be playing at higher levels, right? So they are accounting for that. So we do consider that whenever we're doing our designs. And whenever we're looking at features and thinking like, man, this is really fantastic, and then we look at a later level thing and it's like, well, yeah, but we can just kind of dismiss it because, like, who plays up that high? I talk with people who play up that high all the time. In my Discord community, which, like, if you're not in there already, like, hey, what you doing? Talks about trying to experiment with playing one-shots up that high to see what all things feel like, or maybe doing little mini campaign arcs, even if they're not going to really get a ton out of their players. They're just going to see what it's like to fight shit with, like, 9th level spells and everything. So people do experiment with it. Even if your campaign doesn't really get to that final oomph, right, of having that crazy raw cinematic showdown or whatever, there are people who do that, even for beer and pretzel style play. Also for conventions, it turns out. One of my favorite things I ever ran was like a 3-person level, 13 fight against a beholder. But it was a beholder in its lair and had a whole bunch of other shit. It was just we're going to run in and fight this thing for 2 hours. Really short burst, boom, combat, fun kind of a thing. Yeah. Now, my recommendation would be that if you feel that this monk is going to be too good, if you feel that this monk would be too strong, the easiest fix for it is going to be to move the heightened discipline up a little bit. I even think... I think 11th level is a better place where this would sit, because, like, that's where fighter is also getting its extra attack improvement. And that feels like a natural... Yeah. But heightened discipline might be too good. It might be. This specifically, for one key point, you are getting an absurd amount of value out of patient defense. I don't know that I would want it to be temporary hit points equal to 1 roll of your martial art die. I'm trying to come up with some things that I would recommend to do, because I do feel like this is probably overtuned. The easiest thing I can recommend is moving it to level 11. Make this immunity to Charm, Frighten, and Poison. Move that to level 11. Let the rest of the subclass just kind of move, you know. When you take a bonus action other than Step of the Wind, you also can use Step of the Wind as part of that bonus action. Fucking shit. Whoa! Oh, fuck! Oh my god! Hand Monk. Fucking... Whoosh! That's a great feature. I mean... Dude, this monk is fucking hard, right? Like, this monk is going like a goddamn train. Wow. Legitimately, I'm happy to see, like, Monk is getting a glow up. But yeah, I do genuinely worry about this feature right here. If I were still playing D&D 5e, I would be looking at this nerfing this by just moving it up a level at the very least. But like, holy fucking shit. They're able to take, hang on, just to summarize this for Fleet Step. Dash, disengage, dodge, get 2 temporary hit points, or 2d martial art die temporary hit points for 1 key. Unless this is saying you also have to use a key to do this right here, even still, that should be clarified. But if you have to use 2 key points to use this, you use 2 key points to do that, and take a friend with you. Yeah. This might look like the showy thing that you think this is where this monk really looks super cool. My dudes, this feature right here. What? Step of the wind, not patient defense, huh? No, it's not going to be word for word what's in the playtest, but it's going to be similar. If it's anything like this mechanic right here, that's insane. That's absolutely insane. What else do we got? Deflect energy is good. No, wait. Unless this says spells. Because this is deflect attacks. Unless this says spells, this is not doing what they intend it to. This needs to say spells. Oh, like a ranged spell attack. You can deflect a ranged... Right? Wait. Oh, because it doesn't say weapon. It's just the damage it deals. Never mind. Hang on. Don't listen to me. No, it does work with spells. It just doesn't work with AoE. It does what they wanted it to. Never mind. It does what they wanted it to. Yep. Yeah. You got it. Yeah. Wow.
Monks to have this kind of superheroism.
Wait. You think for Fleet of Step you only get the dash action of Step of the Wind rather than the key point improvements? Then it would say that specifically. No, it would say that you double... No. It's saying you can use Step of the Wind as a part of that. No, it's all the impact of it as well. And if it's not intended to be that, then they need to correct that, because that's not how it reads, if that was the interpretation you had. Yeah.
In how not only they fight others, but also in how they're able to keep themselves alive. We also... have adjusted in a level 10 feature called Heightened Focus what you can do with Flurry of Blows, Patient Defense, and Step of the Wind. So we already enhanced those 3 options back at level 2. Well, when you get to level 10, they all get even better. And we did this because these 3 options are so fundamental to the monk. One being about keeping themselves alive in the form of Patient Defense. Flurry of Blows is essentially their damage output option for their monk's focus, and Step of the Wind is their mobility option. And again,
not so good guitar guy. Actually, Chris came in the other day and told us about why that doesn't actually work. It's still only ever once during a turn that you can do the additional attack. So it's not multiple applications with it, right? So like the 3 attacks with the action. Oh, wait, no. So you're still only coming up with 6. Wait, I see where you're coming from. Yes. So, okay, you could, okay, so that's why weapon property monk can't work that way, or like weapon expert monk can't work that way, because we can't get it to work on the fists with the properties. You're correct, not me. So I don't know that that's like the best way ever to do that. It's because you only get the improvements when you spend focus on Step of the Wind. No, but it's saying you can use Step of the Wind as a part of that bonus action. So you can use it, which implies that it would probably also cost the key. Not just that, you would get to dash as a part of that as well. Because if that was the case, it would say, like, you can also dash and disengage as a part of that same bonus action. It's saying Step of the Wind. The way that everybody's going to play this is going to be, it's all the other perks of it. Yeah. You can bonus action cast spells and get Step of the Wind? Yeah? Yeah. Yeah, you can Misty Step. Right? Am I getting that right? Misty Step is a bonus action? Oh god. There's a lot. Yeah, no specification. Yeah. Well, the only rider is that it can't also be Step of the Wind. You just can't do Step of the Wind into Step of the Wind. Oh, wait. You can take the dash action as a bonus action. What if you just dash as a bonus action? Because what they're trying to say here is you can't dash twice during a turn. But the problem is they didn't make that clear. We'll have to see how this actually works out. But what it looks like is... Wait. You could still dash with Rogue, yep. Step of the Wind and the Step of the Wind doesn't make much sense. It's a free disengage. No, well, Step of the Wind is allowing you to dash as a bonus action and get the benefits of disengage and double your jump distance for the turn. Yeah, so like dash as a bonus action and then use Step of the Wind to oomph it to take the dash action again. And you're moving, how far? How fast? Oh, wait. Oh, wait, no, there it is. Unarmored movement. Where does that kick on? Second level? I hope it doesn't get printed like that. I hope it doesn't get printed like that. I hope for their sake it does not get printed like this. This should say, if you don't dash as a part of your bonus action, you can take Step of the Wind as a part of that bonus action. If the bonus action you take during a turn does not involve taking the dash action, you can use Step of the Wind as a part of that bonus action. What? No, 5e Monk can't already do this, really. No, everything that they would be having to do in order to do that is still costing a lot more key. This is not. He did specify something about the wording changes. I'm gonna hit him up. Who else do I know that got one? I don't know if they can tell me this or not. Ginny is not going to come on. She wouldn't risk an NDA over that. I think Josiah is probably busy right now. Did Ted get an early peek? Wait, did Ted get a PDF? Hey, did you get an early... If Ted got one, I'm gonna see if I can ask. Who else do I know? Bob got one. Colby. Dungeon Dudes, yeah. I don't know. We'll have to wait. We'll see with that. Yeah. 880 feet of movement. How are you getting that? Is that Tabaxi? Right. But that's the thing is, so not so good guitar guy. What people are gonna do is. No, I'm gonna go to the bathroom and come back with an educated guess. Yeah. Yeah, so here's what you do. If you know that this is the way that this could work, then you're going to take another feature like bonus action from Rogue to dash, go over here, and technically you're not using Step of the Wind to dash as a bonus action. If you go to Tabaxi, yeah, like people are already talking about, if you go Tabaxi, you apparently break the goddamn sound barrier. And, you know, yeah. Most of the full-time YouTubers will be busy running Kickstarters. There's like 3 people doing a Kickstarter right now. Yeah, it's, yeah. So, this needs to not be printed this way. Otherwise, well, like, look, here's the justification people are going to have. Well, but it's at 11th level. Doesn't fucking matter. It's still broken. It doesn't matter. If that's your take on it, you don't give your take anymore, because your take be dumb. All right? This is at 11th level. That would still need to get fixed. I don't know. Yeah, luckily acceleration isn't a concern in most TTRPGs. Yeah. Yep. I'm on stream to answer a queue about without an NDA problem. I don't want to get anybody in trouble, okay? Yeah, say goodbye to high-level chases whenever A-Train Monk comes through. Yeah. Tabaxi Monk was already a problem, yeah, but this would be cake. Hang on. That is like outruns a dimension door, right? That outruns most gods in the game. Like, orcs get bonus action dash as a racial. Oh boy. Oh boy. That's so good. This is a thing that like is kind of a little bit hard to quantify other than saying this is how fast they can go. Like, here's the number right there, right? But it's also a number of different things they're getting on top of that. You get patient defense at the same time. That's already so good to spend a key point on. I'm thinking that like this is probably too good. God, this monk is gonna wreck shit. And I don't know that that's gonna be in a healthy way. I don't know. I don't know. We're gonna see. Did they talk about stunning strike in this? Yeah, we're not even halfway through it.
Again, all three get better at level 10. In between, when they got those features back at level 2 and them getting improved at level 10, they also now have their stunning strike, which has been adjusted. Now, this is one of the only places in the monk where a feature's power got toned down a slight bit.
Right, yeah.
And we don't feel bad about it, given how much the monk has been buffed.
Yeah.
We've now made it so that stunning strike can be used just once per turn, because there have been cases in the past 10 years where stunning strike can get a little out of hand if a monk player uses it over and over and over again.
Yeah.
But I think the sting of that limitation will pass very quickly when people realize that we've now made it that if the target, even if they succeed on their saving throw, they're still affected to a certain extent. So if they fail their saving throw against your stunning strike, they're stunned, as you would expect. If they succeed on their saving throw, their speed is halved until the start of your next turn, and the next attack roll made against them has advantage. So when you use stunning strike, it's going to have an effect on your target. And really,
the damage is boring. The damage is so boring. I like reinforcing a controller in there. That was a good decision to change. I don't know whoever came up with the idea. It was a good idea. I would go for it. I would listen to the person who suggested that idea for the change. Round about the time it talks are required to revise this edition's Ranger. You can ask him to see what I can say. Can you, Chad? It's basically just here. Let me see here. Did they change the bonus action clause in Fleet Step to or here we go, is the bonus action clause in Fleet Step only that it can't be Step of the Wind and not something taking the dash action this turn yet, or this turn. AKA, is it the same thing as what was in UA8? I like the Stunning Strike better than what was in UA8. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, again, I like it. I'm probably not going to play this edition, but like I would say that this is a good change for this, based off of my quote-unquote expertise in this system. Haha. One can be weird with Herring God. should have been a designer for 5.5e confirmed. They had a chance. They had a chance, all right. No, I think that I would have been happy to be a consultant with it. Despite everything that happened last year, I've actually like extended an olive branch to try and like, you know, work on like, hey, can we talk maybe? We'll see if they take it. I don't know. That bridge might just be burned and fucked and whatever, but hey. So if they were wanting some feedback on it, I'd be happy to talk with them about it. But at the end of the day, it's way above the kind of crunch that I would want out of a TTRPG. And I just don't really agree with the direction they're taking the game in. To get olive oil? No, have you never heard that saying? You send an olive branch to... Yeah. It's better to just make his own TTRPG, which is what I did. Yeah. That's also true. Yeah. Yeah, I made a game that, like, I would want to play and was, like, excited to run. That was a big deal for me, was making a game that wasn't just, like, good for players, but better for GMs. And that is actually fun to run, instead of just, like, I guess I need to get this together to run it, or else my friends can't do something fun. You know, yeah. I'm really curious if we could possibly get an answer out of that. If we can't... but so it is specific. Which is basically the same. Well, that is going to need an errata, is what I'm going to say. So here's the deal. The way that this should interact right here is going to be that if you have not taken the dash action this turn and use a bonus action other than Step of the Wind, you can use Step of the Wind as a part of that bonus action. Hang on. No. If you have not taken the dash action this turn, because this is still good if you dash, bonus action dash, and Step of the Wind. Keeping an eye out for the crowdfund for Vagabond to be sure. Hey, you can go do the follow page. Ooh. Okay, well... Okay. This should probably state if your movement speed is not No, how would this need to go? You can't benefit from the dash action of Step of the Wind if you have already used the dash action this turn. Or this is just so good. What if they know? Yeah, question. What if they know about the interaction and just don't care? I think that they should. Because this does not seem like this is intended to do that. Like, it doesn't seem like the interaction of this is supposed to be bonus action dash to then get another dash action and disengage and all the other perks on top of that as well. You can bonus action. Yeah, you cannot benefit more than one dash action during this bonus action. Or, if the dash action itself says you can't benefit from more than one dash action during a turn. There's a couple ways in which that could be patched up. If the dash action specifically states you can't benefit from the dash action more than once during a turn, then this is all no worries. But yeah, he gave Monk Flight. No. This is still different. This is an unreasonable amount of speed that this monk could get for basically no interaction. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, no, it goes beyond just the idea of like this is just additional fly speed and you know you can stay out of it, do whatever. Into the realm of this feels it feels absurd and unintentionally broken. I would say the thing that should happen is like, well, yeah, rogues can already dash twice. I still think the thing that should happen here is like just saying straight up, this, you can only benefit from the dash action once per turn. Like, you do that, like you can only double the speed with the dash action once per turn, and like this is fine, right? Yeah, it's 3 times with this, and they can do it like non-fucking stop. If the feature doesn't specify that Step of the Wind now happens after your bonus action, then you wouldn't be able to take the bonus action twice, because it's simultaneous. Treant Monk confirmed it's now after. Wait, what? If the feature didn't specify that Step of the Wind happens after your bonus action, it doesn't specify. Treant Monk confirmed it's now after? This says as part of that bonus action. And I am getting a confirmation that it's the same as the UA. I haven't heard back from Chris yet. Hang on. Hey, what up, Chris? Hey, would you be able to chat for a second, or are you worried about breaking any kind of NDA stuff? Yeah, because I am... You can? Okay, here, I'll give you a call on Discord. Whenever I see your icon go green, I'll give you a call. You guys saw us large or small, Christian. Yeah, it's so insane what you can do with this. And let you get to your computer.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going, Chris?
I'm just
Oh, can you hear me?
pretty good.
You there?
Yeah. Sorry, I've got your street. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Can you mute me on stream and then?
Yeah.
Okay.
That was the issue.
How's it going, man? Good to hear from you.
I'm an experienced YouTuber.
Oh man. Yeah. So again, like, don't say anything. I know you already know. Yeah.
Yesterday was a weird situation where you were looking at something, and I thought it was one thing, and it was actually something else. And then I started talking about something that I guess hasn't been revealed. So, I think I'm good.
Okay. So here's my question, because I'm a little bit just kind of confused on what the the interaction here is. So with the new patient defense at 10th, first off, this 10th level of heightened discipline looks crazy good. Patient defense in combination with the fleet step. My question is the fleet step that's in the UA, is there a clause that basically, could you tell me yes or no if it appears exactly the same way that it does here in the UA?
Let me just read it here. You
Sure.
can easily stride out of harm's way when you take a bonus action other than Step of the Wind. You can use Step of the Wind. Yeah, so it's different. And
It is different.
I can talk about it because they talked about it on their video today.
Okay.
So the new way it works is the step. So now it basically reads is when you take a bonus action other than Step of the Wind, you can also take Step of the Wind immediately after that bonus action. So they've restricted the order in which things can be done.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. So I guess
the way it's written here in Unearthed Arcana, if you're doing Step of the Wind as part of that bonus action, you can do it before or after or in the middle. Now it has to be after.
So they changed the sequencing thing on there.
Yeah.
My wonder is this: if you go rogue and you get dash as a bonus action, or you just straight up dash as a bonus action in here and don't use the one discipline point or focus point to do all the other stuff with Step of the Wind, could you not still do the dash as a bonus action with the Step of the Wind as well?
Yeah, but you don't need rogue for that because you can just do your because it doesn't cost a focus point anymore to do the the other, like you could do patient defense and every turn and set that off every turn, right?
Right. So my wonder is this is like, so the reason I was thinking that maybe they considered it to be like the same, like you have already used Step of the Wind, is because you can take the dash action as a bonus action is under the Step of the Wind subheader. So I thought that maybe that was the thing that they intended it to be, where it was like, you can't dash and then use Step of the Wind, right? I thought maybe that might have been why they would have done that, but I'm kind of looking for intent there.
Yeah, I would have to look at the specific wording, which I can't do. So I can't answer that question.
Okay.
So because I don't think they went into that kind of detail on the video today to answer that question. So those are the kinds of questions I can't answer.
Okay, that's all good. But so there is a slight change, and it's more so about this is now a sequencing thing where it happens after the other bonus action.
That's exactly right. In fact, Open Hand went through almost exactly as the playtest, but that was the change. The main change was that Fleet step now, the dash has to be taken after the bonus action.
Interesting. Okay. Right. I mean,
and that could make a difference. Like, let's say you wanted to do flurry of blows,
right?
but that opponent is like 120 feet away from you.
Right.
With the way it was in the playtest, you could spend the bonus action to do flurry of blows, do the dash up to them,
right.
then flurry of blows, right?
Right.
But you can't do that anymore. Now you would have to dash after the flurry of blows is over.
Okay. So, like, there's a cleanup there, because, like, I still think that, like, as I would read this, you've already taken the bonus action, and, but, yeah, the wording cleanup is, like, a clarifier thing there. My concern is just, like, whoa, this still seems really good if they're allowing you to dash as an action, dash as a bonus action, and then dash again.
Well, no, you can't. Oh, I see what you're saying. So,
yeah, right.
If you dash as a bonus action through cunning action, rogue, then you could go. Yeah, though, who cares, right? Like, you're already dashing twice as a monk. Do you really need to dash a third time? Like, how often is that even going to come into play?
So the only other, I mean, in reality, I don't necessarily think it's more so that I'm looking at, like, is that intended? If it's getting into the realm of, like, okay, well, is there a thing in which this could cause a real bad interaction? The only thing I can think of is probably Eric Cochran drop cheese. But, like, if that's happening, you've had a problem before, like, way before this.
I mean, there's already, in our current rule set, there are speed builds that can go 420 feet in a round, right?
Yeah.
So this isn't all that unusual to see, and you, generally speaking, I mean, you generally don't want to build an entire build around moving fast unless you're doing cheese grater, right? If you're doing with spike growth and grappling, then that's a very specific thing, and it's already broken. Nothing in the playtest broke it. It's broken now. You can do over 1,000 points of damage in one turn with spike growth with the right setup. But and it's broken, and so I avoid it generally, unless we're doing a one shot and we're just doing it for the the shits and giggles.
Shits and giggles, yeah. Okay, to me, I'm looking at this. It's just like, I guess you could do it. Because I think someone in my chat was saying you can actually get up to like 880 with this now.
It's possible, but my question is, at what point is it worthless?
Right. So,
right? Because you're getting diminishing returns, right?
Right.
When you have 30 feet of movement, that first 10 extra feet of movement is really great. But when you have 100 feet of movement, that extra 10 feet of movement is nothing and useless, right? So each time you increase the speed even more, you can go, wow, look what it looks like on paper. But in play, it means nothing, right? Oh, I can move 200 feet in a turn. Oh, I can move 300 feet in a turn. Who cares? Right? You're essentially equivalent, because you'll never need to move more than 200 feet.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that always kind of depends on, like, how do I put it? Like, if people are using, like, maybe exploration rules, then it would mean that your monk could get to the next town and, 10 minutes, but
I would argue that you could make a faster build potentially with the Eldritch Knight now.
Oh,
because you can teleport every time you attack, and you have attack action. Or you have action surge, you have extra attack with fighter levels, so you can go bop 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 bop.
You just like hitting the ground. Is that what's happening?
Right, and so the open hand monk is running, and the wind is like pushing past his face, and he just sees the Eldritch Knight appear in front of him, and then appear further in front of him, and then wave, and
yeah. Oh, that's funny. Yeah. No, I saw this and I was like trying to wrap my mind around it, because like I saw this and I was like, to me it's more so I'm kind of like intention fishing, I guess is the way that I'm kind of thinking about it, because I'm like, do they mean for this to work for you to like be able to bonus action dash and this still trigger? Because like I was just like, I don't know, but again, like, yeah, sure, diminishing returns. Yeah, I guess that was just kind of about that, but I guess other than that, yeah, that was just kind of the only clarifier I was really looking at. But yeah, other than that, I guess while we've had you here, man, feel free to shout yourself out. Who are you? Let my chat know, because we got 56 people in
know
here.
Who I am?
Well, I mean, we have 56 people in here, all right, man. I don't know. Yeah, tell them who you are, man.
I'm Chris, and I do YouTube stuff. And Turn and I have been friends a long time.
This is Treant Monk for my chat. Yes, go check out his YouTube channel. Thank you so much, Chris. Yes, thank you, Phil, for the channel tag and everything. Yeah, I mean, have a great night, and I will talk to you soon.
Yes, yep, you bet.
All right, later. Okay. Good. Okay. You gotta run and stream it in 24 FPS. Okay. Yeah, there's just so much you're getting out of that. Oh my god. All right, let me get this. Okay. Yeah, that is an insanely good interaction. Again, it's like, it's speed. If you can convert speed into damage output at some point, I mean, the problems for me is it would kind of cut off some design space in the future, where, like, let's say hypothetically, I wanted to do something like create a, I wanted to create like a Dragoon class, right? And one of my like easy go-tos for that is the amount of like distance you cover when you move right before this equates into an additional d6 or something, right? Like per every 20 feet you move, fall, something like that. This can cut off some design space, and this is a thing that we'll always have to remember when homebrewing. So speed that you're getting here as a monk, being able to do the like, just, you know, shit out suddenly 800 feet of speed. It's nutty. Yeah, okay. Easiest thing I could say is that I don't think that dash should double your speed. I think instead dash should give you additional speed. I don't know, because I haven't seen the exact specifics in the like wording on it. I think it giving you additional speed is the way to go instead of a multiplier. Yeah. Add to your base speed, yeah. But I mean, you know, is doubling it easier? I guess. You guys, let me know. Yeah. Dash is additive in 5e. I thought dash was multiplicative. What? Be added to your base speed. Let me check. I'm gonna have to like refresh myself on this. It's you gain additional movement equal to your base speed. Wait, it is multiplicative. Okay, hang on. Wait, now I'm hearing like 3 different things. It is multiplicative? Okay, C equals your speed after applying any modifiers. Right. Right. I am not worried about, okay, if it's only additive, I'm kind of like, this is funny. If it's multiplicative, I'm like, this is concerning. Like that. I've played too much Balatro you know? Okay, so it is only adding it now. Right. Right. Okay. Again, I've been studying like 20 different games a month, it feels like. So I appreciate you all for refreshing me on this. Okay. So it is not a doubling of your speed for the turn. It is an addition of speed. Oh, later, Phil. We'll see you later, man. Wow, I wonder what other game I was pulling the doubling your movement from. No, because I even think in Shadow Dark, it's... you can move an additional time. God, I can't... Okay, I don't know, actually. Well, there you go. What's my initial assessment of the base monk so far? So right now, the monk is looking like an absurdly good class. It's doing some ridiculous shit, that's for sure. I think that its 10th level might be too good for its 10th level. The UA number 2 has the new dash wording. What do they call this? Expert. Did they pull it already? Great Moons. Hidden Help. Bonus move during the turn. So it's an additional move you can take that turn. Yeah, go a distance equal to your speed or less. So it's the way that it's phrased now is it's not adding any speed. It just allows you to go again. Or to move again. Bonus move during the current turn. Yeah, I mean, it's good. It's not as absurd as I was thinking earlier. But yeah, it's still really fucking good. I still think their 10th level is incredibly strong. The reliability happening in this, this monk is more than just viable. It's more than just viable. I think this might be a top, maybe top 4 classes in the game contender. Legitimately. This is giving you an insane amount of control. Everything that's already baked in with unarmed strikes and everything, even with the clunkiness of like the bonus action over here, whatever. If this, they could just make this right here a default part of only using, you don't have anything in your offhand. You can just make the unarmed strike as a bonus action. I kind of think that 5e should already operate that way, right? Like, if you don't have anything in that hand, like a shield or whatever, you should be able to already do this. So, like, it's just really weird that suddenly if you have a dagger in that hand, suddenly you can make an attack with that hand. It's odd. So, opening this up, you could just completely decouple this from their power budget, and I would say that this thing is still, I mean, yeah, of course it's still a fucking truck. Everything that I'm thinking was an oddity is smoother than I was thinking. Reducing the damage by 5 times your monk level. Even if they were just already under the effects of Featherfall, I think I would probably just say, like, you can't take falling damage. You can use your reaction to just not take falling damage. And I'd still think that this is like, okay, that's nice, it's situational and good. Yeah. Perfect discipline. When you roll initiative and have 3 discipline points or fewer, you regain expended discipline points until you have 4. Okay. Let's hear.
They're making a saving throw to find out what that effect is going to be.
I should use my old color coding system for this. Well, the problem is it's not all exactly the same. We don't know how this is exactly going to appear in the rulebook yet. If I was going through beat for beat, here we go. All right, so if we just start out from the top and go down. Martial arts die, or martial arts and all this stuff. I honestly think that this should just be a default part of how unarmed strikes work in this game. Remember it, I guess. This is here. It's good. Yeah. You in a game where like this is already incorporated, then like this doesn't count towards your power budget. But in a game where this isn't incorporated, it's a viability thing for this, right? So you are now doing 2d6 damage with your turn. You're actually rolling out there without holding any equipment, hitting as hard as the barbarian is kind of hitting. Well, except, accounting for their rage damage bonus. Otherwise, you're easily keeping up with the fighter. You're easily keeping up with the rogue. You're on par as a martialist now because of what they've done with the improvement, right? So this is nice right here. Right? Yeah, your modifier gets added twice too. Oh, yeah. Your modifier gets added twice too. Your unarmed strike and monk weapons, which are simple melee weapons, and martial weapons with a light property. Okay. So that's all just a cleanup right there. You gain here. We're just gonna highlight it because it's mechanical text, I guess. Or wait, no, that's not all mechanical text here. That use your unarmed strike and monk weapons. We need to remember this for later. Yeah, we'll just remember that for later. You gain the following benefits while you are unarmed or wielding only monk weapons, and you aren't wearing armor or wielding a shield. Okay, this is a restriction right in here, so we're just going to let us know that is red because it's a restriction, and restrictions are things that we don't like to see on our character sheet, but hey, it's fine. Trio Monk said that Rogue is now the weakest class in D&D. He said that, though he said it's not a problem, it's the weakest, but not bad. Yeah, but that's the problem, is that everybody's still going to see it as the weakest and think that it's bad because of that. Okay, you can use dexterity instead of strength for the, wait, this is a viability thing, by the way. It is good, because you're investing in the one stat here for what is also used for your, for what is also used for some defensive stuff. In fact, used quite often. It's also used for initiative. Quite good, actually, it turns out. In addition, you could, when you take the, when you choose the grapple or shove option, you can use your dexterity modifier instead of strength for that. I think that this is good. It's a viability thing just to make everything work, though. Again, I think that what they could do in D&D to really clean this up is just make it to where unarmed strikes can be used as, like, they have the finesse property. You can use them to make attacks using dexterity. Just go on ahead and make that happen. Just do it. There's zero reason why not. There's zero reason why not. Rogue, as it currently stands, is not going to outclass Monk. Not right now. That's not happening, okay? So this stuff should already just kind of be included over there. Yeah. Your martial arts die being a D6. This is big. And it keeps improving. It escalates so much better. And it keys off of other shit you're gonna get later. Like, whoa. Your worry with Monk is that they get so much better players roll 46, drop the lowest. Oh, instead of like point buy? Yeah, because they're going really single ability dependent. Yeah. If you aren't wearing armor or wielding a shield, your base armor class equals 10 plus your dexterity modifier plus wisdom modifiers. Okay. So this is decent. I actually think that this is just kind of okay. On armor defense as a whole, like, there will eventually be a time where, like, if you get magic armor, you're gonna want to wear it, you know? Like, there's magic items that other people are getting, and you're like, oh, yeah, but I would be losing out on this thing over here. This caps at 20, right? It's gonna keep improving with you. So, yeah. You say that, but then 20th level? Oh, I haven't seen their 20th level yet. Oh, fuck me, dude. Oh. Okay. That's a capstone. That's a very, very good capstone. And let's get J. Crowe out there. That's insanely good. Okay, Monk's Discipline. You know what? $22, $23. Wait, no. $22, $24. Wait, they can get 26 armor class while they're not wearing armor? Is that right? They kept that in, yeah. The only change is that it's 25 instead of 26. Oh, you mean the new height for these is 25 instead of 26? So 10 plus 16? Okay, so it caps at 25 now. So now we are looking at 24 AC only. What did they do to shield? What like the spell? What did they do to shield? Is it the same? I don't remember what it looks like. Oh, I mean, 24 is huge. That's getting you really close to 30. And by the way, there are things in the game that will just improve your armor class that aren't armor. We don't even need to be wearing the armor to get better armor class. We got rings and shit. Yeah. There you go. Magic items will probably up it by 1 or 2. You don't think we know what they did to shield yet? Okay, hang on, let me see here. This is the biggest part of this right here. The martial arts die portion of it. This is really good. Other than that, everything else that's in here, I personally feel should just straight up be a part of what you can do with unarmed strikes in 5e. This is a good feature because it's giving you the additional scaling of what you're doing over here. You don't give a fuck about weapons. You just don't. You don't. You're picking them up for flavor is what you're doing. Your unarmed strikes are so fucking good. You just don't need it. Okay? As far as this goes, a number of discipline points that you have equal to your level, right? It's always equal to your level? Yeah. So, okay. You regain, okay, short or long rest, really, really good, in which you regain your expended points. Remember that. Some features that use them require a saving throw, proficiency bonus, plus your wisdom modifier. Okay. Flurry of blows. Excellent. Good. No notes. Patient defense. Worry about you. I worry about you. Some of the one is good. Oh, man. Patient defense is so good. Yeah, freebie dodge with 24 AC. Yeah, and we haven't seen the Shadow Monk yet. Yeah, 27 with bracers of defense, ring of protection. It's good. Yeah, health doesn't matter at that point. Yeah, you honestly don't give a fuck that you only have a D8 hit die. You're still tanking. They can use a hand crossbow at 1d12, so they have a ranged option too. Not as a, well... Can you check that? Would you double check that? Because, I mean, but in all reality, the D12, they'll get it later. They'll get it later. That would be an argument to say that, like, it's a martial weapon with a light property. That would be an argument to say, like, now you need to start tracking ammo. Yeah, it's a martial weapon, not a melee martial weapon. Okay, we're gonna move on from there. This is good. It's a boost. You're gonna use it it's going to come into play. Yeah, it's nice. It's a kicker. That's about what I would think of that. Unarmored movement is good. Yes, it's more movement, more better positioning. Yes, you have more options. It's good. It does have the restriction that you can't be wearing armor or wielding a shield. That's about it. And it keeps increasing. Movement is always good in this game. It's positioning. I don't know, like, yeah. I can't really add any more interesting points onto it other than that. This bonus increases when you reach certain monk levels. Yes, you get more improvement there. Deflect attacks. There's only one other way I think that you could improve this, and that's that none of the effects of the attack would also trigger. This can't sit at a table in the 2014 module. Yeah, it's weird that they specify simple or melee simple weapons, but not range, so that either is a typo or they specifically want hand crossbows to work. It might be oversight. I don't know. Yes, it's good. This is only reflecting attacks at this point, but later on, whatever this deflects energy, good. Yeah, like, yeah, you're gonna remember this, especially because it's now applying to melee attacks. I would have rather have seen the key apply to you being able to reduce the damage by additional d10s, or reduce it by a roll of your martial arts die, plus your dexterity modifier. Something like that. And then you would be able to spend the focus points in kind of loading that up. And you could, if you wanted to, really super avoid an attack. Again, this is good. I think it could be better. I think it could be better. And being able to just redirect it is good. It's requiring the dexterity saving throw, which is going to bog down play. But, I mean, like, I don't even really need to highlight much of anything else in here. This feature's good, but I still think it could be better. It's a purple, but I think that this could be way, way, way more. Yeah. The Fey Monk or something. You get your subclass, you're going to get your ability score improvement, slow fall. This is decent, situational. I think it could be better. Yeah, extra attack we always know is always, always, always good. Purple, you're going to be using that basically every single turn. It's made even better by the fact that you're a monk who gets Stunning Strike. Although we will say this got a nerf. Or no, it didn't even get a nerf. It just got a rework because this was boring. You originally just take force damage equal to a roll of your martial arts die plus your wisdom modifier. Yawn. 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 Now, you're still forcing a control condition on them, which is interesting and reinforces the playstyle of this monk. Cool. I like it. I like it a lot. 2 rolls plus dex is pretty big damage, though. Yeah. I think it could be better, you know. They have an article on D&D Beyond about what? About the monk? I should look at? Why should I look at it? Look, you can change the damage with your unarmed strike into force damage. Yes, you're going to be using this as force damage. Rarely are you going to be using this in any way other than force damage. Unless something is vulnerable, which is unlikely, to bludgeoning damage, or you just straight up have a different damage type that something would be vulnerable to, you're always going to be choosing force damage. It's here. it's good. Yeah. There might be an argument to say that this is just a viability thing, because you're about to get into a level where tons of people are going to be just immune to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage. This might just be the oomph that's required to keep you relevant, in which case this might just be a blue, but yeah. So the distinction of magical and normal attacks was removed. Apparently. Evasion. Evasion is decent. Yeah, sure. We always know. Acrobatic movement. While you aren't wearing armor or wielding a shield, you gain the ability to move along vertical surfaces and across liquids on your turn without falling during the movement. Okay. Situationally good. Boom. Heightened discipline. I am reluctant to call this overpowered. I'm scared of it. I'm scared of it though. This is really good. And the fact that you can pop it outside of combat as a prep is really, really good. You're either popping it outside of combat to prep it, or you're doing it on your first turn. Flurry of Blows, getting the improvement is so fucking good. This is the part that makes me think this needs to be at 11th level. You can make 3 attacks with it instead of 2. That's wild. Step of the Wind. Yeah, you can move the thing with you. This is also very, very good. The funny thing with this is it feels like you're pulling the creature with you, but apparently that creature is moving with you. Like, willfully moving with you, because the creature's movement doesn't provoke opportunity attacks. Wouldn't need to be here if it was forced movement. So apparently you're granting it the ability to move along with you. I guess they're covering that because they're like, well, what if it comes up in a stipulation? This is good. It's good. It's like, what, Dimension Door already? Yeah. On average, it makes them a D10 hit die class. It's scarier on paper than in practice. Still good, though. Which one? On paper... What, this makes them a D10 hit die class? This? They can do this multiple times. Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, but they can do it more than once. For one key point. That's better than a D10. Yeah. Yeah, no, this is good. Good. Yeah, it's better than an upping of their hit die. That is... Yeah, mounting a monk is better than having a horse or a Pegasus. Yeah. The article says more, or has more information than the video does. Oh, we're not even really going off the video at this point anymore. I'm going off of information I'm getting from people who have seen it, and kind of what we were seeing in the Unearthed Arcana. Self-restoration. Oh, man. To get all the way up to here. Okay, so this is complicated. Whenever I tell you guys this, you have to understand this is going to come with some context here. This feature is good, okay? This feature is clunky. I'm fine with it being here. I actually think this could be better. This could just be that you're immune to being charmed, frightened, or poisoned, and I'd still think that this is like appropriate for 10th level. Give it 10th level. Yeah, we're fine. Foregoing food and drink doesn't give you levels of exhaustion means nothing here. This is flavor. This is a ribbon now. That's all in practical play. This is a ribbon. I actually think that this mechanic is kind of weak. You can remove one of the following conditions from yourself. No, this could be better. This could. You hate features that say you're immune to mechanics in the game. It makes the game less fun. IMO. I mean, especially if those mechanics are preventing you from playing the game, I'm fine with that. You know? Deflect energy is good. Yep. You're gonna be using it. I would hope that, like, you figure out a way to, like, force yourself to be the target of the attack. Because I think what will wind up happening is that because it's D&D and, you know, the DM wants, like, that BBEG is like, oh, I'm not doing any damage to the monk. I better stop targeting the monk. And then you don't really have a way to keep provoking these attacks on you, right? It's good. It is good. This is going to, I think, still fall into the same trap as deflect attacks. Yeah, I know I marked this as purple earlier. I'm going to change this a little bit. Mostly because I was liking the improvement. It is an improvement. It still causes a reaction. It still requires that you are triggered by the thing. Or you are targeted by the thing. Is this still Calibri? Cambria. Blah, 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 Cambria. What was I thinking was Calibri? Calibri is like the sans serif version of this? That's Calibri. Yep. Yeah, this is always going to rely on the same thing of, like, you need to be targeted by the attack in order for this to be good. If you can come up with a way in which you could be targeted by the attack reliably, then, like, I think that this is actually pretty fantastic, because now you're getting an additional attack in here. Quote unquote. This is basically another attack. This is another attack, okay? It is a key point, but it's not a key point to reduce the damage. Although I kind of wish it was, rather than redirecting the attack. Tiny servant throwing darts at monk right before the monk's turn. Yeah, because it's not back at that thing, huh? Honestly? Yeah, I don't like that loop, actually, a lot. Because what they're going to do is tell the tiny servant, hey, if nobody hits or if that monk is not able to deflect an attack that targets it, throw a dart at it. And just to allow it to get another attack. That's actually that good. I would say that, yeah, that's worth it. You're giving the monk another attack that they can do with their turn, just to have a tiny servant. That's like, yeah, so what is that? You cast a second or third level spell to make sure that the monk has an additional attack every turn. Yeah, that's yeah. That is the most efficient thing that you can do to make sure that that monk is getting an attack every single turn. Yep. Discipline Survivor. Your physical and mental discipline grant you proficiency in all saving throws. We know that this is very, very, very good. Yep. Additionally, whenever you make a saving throw and fail, you can spend 1 discipline point to reroll it and take the second result. Of course, that's fucking great. How would I handle that as a DM? Oh, I wouldn't play this game. I like, genuinely, the only reason I'm going through this, by the way, is because I'm going to be designing stuff for this game, because I ever intend on playing this one. Yeah, no, I don't enjoy the type of gameplay that 5e encourages. perfect discipline when you roll initiative and have to read it. Okay, you just regain discipline points. Cool. You're gonna keep blowing through them. Something about this up here is telling me that this other feature is not going to trigger all that often. Everything else is so much more discounted than it was in 5e. Yep, I'm designing for D&D 2024 to make a living. Yep. Four discipline points over here. You've got 14 over here. Or 15 at this point. Why not just say, oh, when you roll initiative, it's fine. It's a viability thing. It's here. I just wish that you didn't have to track something in this class. Superior defense. At the start of your turn, you can spend 3 discipline points to perfectly bolster yourself against harm for 1 minute or until during that time you have resistance to all damage except force damage. Yeah, like, this is good. Not, I mean, yeah, force damage gets dealt. Three discipline points to do that? But you've already got, so you have this up here. So my question is, you're just always trying to make sure that they're not dipping below, or wait, no, sorry. So at the start of a combat, if you have 0 discipline points, and you gain back 4, and you've got this option right here that becomes so good that this is you do this, right? 1 discipline point over here for patient defense to be able to get the temporary hit points. Pop this before combat. Pop that before combat. You get into combat. Keep popping your other shit. Punch the goddamn wall. If you're at 2, whatever. Yeah, if you're at 2, pop 1 on patient defense. Regain the focus. Pop it for this over here. How does deflect attacks work with something like a dragon's bite attack? If you reduce the piercing damage, can you still deflect the attack, or do you have to reduce the fire damage? If you reduce the damage from the attack to 0, right? Yeah. No, it's if you reduce the piercing damage, right? No. Sorry, hang on. The total damage you take from the attack. So it would also reduce the other damage. So if it bites you, and it would deal acid damage or something like that, it's still reducing the total damage taken from the attack. So, yeah. You still need to burn nearly all your focus twice in a long rest for that feature to have any effect. And a lot of tables really do 2 to 3 combats for long rest. Wait, what? This up here? Yeah, that's kind of why I marked it in blue, if that's the case. I marked this one in blue because I actually don't think that this feature is really all that fantastic, because not only what you said right there, but the uncanny metabolism feature is... This is sitting right here. like, here's a restriction. This is a good benefit. You know, we're only highlighting the restrictions here, right? So, or like this part right here. Like, this is good. Just make sure that even if you rolled initiative and don't have all your one pop for all that, you've got more. Here's my problem with this one right now. Okay, if I'm giving it like a design critique, and I'm like, what are my big problems with the way that this one is currently written right now? This is an issue with any points-based class. Points-based classes tend to not have really great play feel because, number one, you're having to track this moving thing on your sheet. Oh man. So you're having to no, I haven't checked out the article yet. No. We've been working on this. The features that are kicking on at 15th and 18th levels are making me think that the points just need to get pulled from the thing. And by the way, critical here. This could work. This could be a very good monk. In fact, I think that this monk is probably one of the best classes in the game, or would be one of the best classes if you ran this in D&D 2014. Like, if we ran this thing against D&D 5e, this class right here is fucking absurd. It's really good. Okay. My problem with it is it's not graceful. It's not graceful. Like, yeah, this is good. It's not graceful in that we're talking about having to spend points and track points. And there's so many features that are in here that are just like, well, yeah, but here you go. Here's all of them back again. Okay. So, like, if we get these features that are like, okay, well, here's the 20 points thing. Well, here's all of them back again. Or, well, you know, you were really worried about dipping below, like, 4 points. Here you go. Here's 4 points back again. Right? You can't regain it. But, like, you're already getting them back on a short rest. Like, this helps you out right here. But, like, you're already getting them back on a short rest. You know? Like, this is still really good. Like, if they gave you, you were getting all your key back every time that you roll for initiative, I would honestly say that that's about the same thing as what this says right in here. In all practicality, like, at least whenever I'm designing, that's what I'm thinking of. And people can be like, oh no, what do you mean? That's not what no, I know it's not what it literally fucking says on the sheet. All right. But in all practicality, whenever they're designing, that's what they mean. That's how we should be thinking of it, right? Now, the problem is, this is good, but it's critical to say it could still be better. This is good. In fact, I think that this is probably too good. It could be better. This could be easier to play. You could get rid of the focus point system entirely in here. In everything that this is causing, like, flurry of blows, right? We're limited, but, like, in all reality, not really. Like, no, not really. Are people just going to be spending the 1 point each to be... Maybe. Like, I think that you could key this off of so many other things. Flurry of blows. Whenever you make an attack with a monk weapon or an unarmed strike, and roll 5 above your 5 above the creature's AC, or land a critical hit, you can make 2 attacks as a bonus, 2 unarmed strikes as a bonus action rather than 1. Okay, 6. So we're getting rewarded for super high rolls that exceed something's armor class. Okay, I'm taking advantage of that, right? Whatever. I don't have to spend a discipline point. But this is giving you the manual control of saying, yes, I can do this, right? You can make the attack as a bonus action. Okay, if that attack, maybe... I'm trying to think of something else, right? Let's say the attack misses. You can re-roll it again once per turn. Something like that. I don't know, right? Without glaring missteps, how can they sell you Xanthar's Guide 2 without all the updates? I don't think that these are necessarily, like, things that people will say are missteps. I think that people are going to react very positively to this monk. They are, because it is better. This monk is better than the 5e monk. But this monk is still a D&D monk. Just getting disengaged as a bonus action is already so good. It didn't have to get all this. You can take the disengage, dash, or... Okay. You can take the disengage, dash, or dodge action as a bonus action. Is an incredible feature. You can then spend half your speed or reduce your base speed by half for the rest of the turn in order to take one of these other actions. As the bonus action. If you want Monk to be a frontliner or like the midliner and be able to do some of the nuttiness in here, you could allow it to start using some of its speed in order to fuel these things instead of tracking the focus points. Deflecting attacks. Part of me thinks that there's so much of this right here that is so bloated down because of all the point system that you could reduce this down and just say, whenever something hits you with an attack or something makes an attack against you, right? Yeah, this is also relying on the attack hitting you. Wait, if the attack doesn't hit you, then it doesn't deal damage to you. So... okay. There's a question that comes up in this. You can use a reaction. This does not state that you must be hit with the attack. But the implication of reducing damage... but reducing damage implies... Yeah. But merely implies it. By reducing damage. So that's something that I would say needs to get cleaned up. Graze is a weapon property that deals damage without getting hit, if I recall correctly. Well, if you're using this with, the D&D 5th edition adventures, none of the monsters have the graze property, so, that's not a feature, right? This is still murky. like... Okay. Here's the way that this should work. Taron, what are you doing? No, stop. Taron. Yeah, they still flubbed it, man. This monk still needs some help. And it's weird. The monk is good. The monk is good. But it could be better. Okay. So I'm only doing this as a matter of showing that it could be improved. I'm a tiger mom. This monk assumes two things, two house rules. Here we go. For your game in order to work. One. Unarmed. Here. An unarmed hand. Yeah, an unarmed non-dominant hand can be used to make an unarmed strike. Hey, wait. A non-dominant hand can be used to make an unarmed strike as a bonus action. If it is not equipped with a weapon, yeah. Or shield. Okay? A non-dominant hand can be used to make an unarmed strike as a bonus action if it's not equipped with a weapon or shield. This obeys the rules for dual wielding weapons. Okay? 2. Unarmed strikes have the finesse property. That's it. That's it. Oh, later, Fred. Yeah, get better soon, man. Okay. Unarmed strikes count as a weapon attack for the purposes of dual wielding. Yeah, I guess that's the way to put it, right? Unarmed strikes count as a weapon attack for the purpose of dual wielding. Yeah, that's a way easier way to write that than whatever the fuck I wrote. Okay, cool. Now, it'd be kind of cool if you could replace one Flurry of Blows attack with a grapple or shove attempt to get the controller aspect on faster. You can already. Yeah, that is a thing you can do with this monk. That's a thing that you could already do because of the way that the new core rules are working for D&D. 11th and, what was it, 17th levels? Did I remember that right? Okay, let's do a couple things here. Yeah, I'm already not happy with what they did with the monk. I am more so giving you guys an example. By the way, so this is just a personal thing for me. I don't like complaining about something unless I prove that, like, it could be done better. Or at least giving a example of why I feel the way that I feel. I feel like it's important whenever somebody else is submitting work, that this should be a part of the critique of, like, I think you can show an actionable change, right? So if anyone wants to say that I'm just complaining for, like, YouTube clicks or WotC hate or what the fuck ever, I don't know. First off, eat a dick. Second off, I put in a shitload of work to try and improve this hobby, because I really like this hobby. I love this hobby. I met some really good friends through this hobby. To see that the industry leader is making a game that makes this hobby less fun, just gonna be real with you here, it's a little tiring. What's been going on with class reveals? Yeah, they showed the monk. Yeah. Why does it say not to pre-order? There is no reason for you to pre-order a digital product. Pre-ordering is a way for someone to get you to give them money for a thing they have not made yet. Yeah, it's like $200 for 2 books we haven't seen anything about yet that are still digital and will have no scarcity. Yep, there you have no reason to pre-order right now, whatsoever. And if you're the type of person that feels like, well, I like to pre-order because I kind of feel like I would forget otherwise, or I feel like I'm irresponsible with my money and I would feel like I would spend it already before that came up, you probably shouldn't be spending that much money on a thing. I'm just saying. That sounds like your financial situation is in way more dire straits than what is reasonable to be spending that much money on a game like this. Okay. Monk class features. Okay. Here's the deal. Here's the objective, okay? This is going to be a monk that doesn't need the track points. I think that if key points are going to be overall the thing that people are like, this is what we hate. Stunning strike. If key points keep being this huge source of contention, then, like, get rid of them. Figure out something else. They get a subclass feature at 11th, right? Subclass feature. And I'm going to say straight up, like, this would require foregoing the ability to play other, like, previous edition monks with this. This monk assumes 2 basic rules for you. Okay. There we go. That would probably need to be a sidebar of some kind. Pre-ordering when you'll forget is crazy when Google Calendar's free. Yeah, it was one of the pushbacks I got whenever I was saying don't pre-order, was like, I just forget that it's coming up, and I'm like, really? But, like, whenever you remember, it's sitting right there. So, like, why not buy it then? You know? They're trying to pressure people into pre-ordering. By not pre-ordering, this is the only way, by the way, guys, I just want you all to know, this right here is the last chance you ever have to show Hasbro that you don't want D&D to go in a more heavily monetized video game microtransaction route. Doing this is the last opportunity you have. That's it. After, if this succeeds, and they do get a lot of pre-orders, this is what you have to look forward to with every fucking release. This is the only opportunity you have right here to prove a point. Straight up. Don't pre-order any of the digital core rulebooks, okay? Don't pre-order the fucking core rulebooks. Just don't do it. It's the easiest thing in the world for you to do, is to not fucking do something, okay? Don't do this. I'm telling you right now, you want to make a real impact like what we did in 2023? You want to show Corvo that we don't like their hands in this fucking hobby? This is what the fuck you do, and this is the last time you have to do it. I'm gonna harp on this because this is extremely important. Like, extremely important. I really like the health of this hobby, okay? Them doing this right here is like... Wait, you see what you should have done is put in a statue in the pre-order? Yeah. Yeah. We're not going to go through the whole thing here. And more so, I'm doing this to show, like, what I... This is, like, one of the only ways I can really think to illustrate what I would mean by, like, I think you could still do a key pointless monk and still make it a cool monk. Wait. You use a D6 for the damage dice. Damage die for your unarmed strikes and monk weapons. Monk weapons are any simple weapon are any simple weapons or martial melee weapons that lack the heavy property. Or what did they say? Martial melee weapons with the light property? I think that was it, right? Now, we're already assuming this die gets... Oh, wait, yeah. And you can use dexterity for grapples and shoves. Increases in size when you reach certain levels in this class, as shown on the monk features table. Okay. Heavy and two-handed. That was in 5e. Yeah. In this new edition, it's different. So, is it scaling up the same way? D6, D8, and then increase at 17th, 11th, 5th. I think it's the same as Bard. Yeah, I'll tell you right now, actually, with that Dance Bard being in the game, the one that's just the actual Capoeira Bard, that fucking thing is not keeping up with the monk. I know people were basically just saying, well, yeah, it seems like the best bard to do is, or the best monk to do is to go dancer bard. 5e's monk is, well, I guess 2024's monk is, that's a different kind of monster. Yeah. We need to get all the community leaders to rally like we did during the OGL war. Everybody's been basically pushing back against this anyways. Nobody's saying that you should do this. For a lot of people, that want to keep up, like, you know, they feel like they have a relationship or something that they need to really keep up with Wizards of the Coast, they may not really be feeling like this might be the right thing for them to do, especially as we got this new rollout of content that's going out, right? I'm going to say personally for me, this needs to be the ethos that we keep up as a community right here. Don't pre-order it. Don't. Are monk weapons considered to have the finesse property for the revision? If so, I forgot to mention that. Oh, I can see why they would do that. You use a d6 for the damage die of your unarmed strikes and monk weapons. Actually, here's what you can do. There you go. Oh, wait. Yeah, for you. Unarmed strikes and monk weapons have the finesse property. We'll just say that for right now. And you can use dexterity for grapples and shoves. Okay, so like we could say, hang on. How would we want to format this? This is everything we would want for it, right? For you. This would be as a martial artist, you gain the following benefits. Okay, you use a d6 for the damage die for your unarmed strikes and monk weapons, which are any simple weapons or martial weapons. Martial melee weapons, there we go. With the light property. Okay. This die here. This die increases in size when you reach certain levels in this class, as shown in the monk features table. In the martial arts column of the monk features table. Okay. We actually need this to get a tab. There we go. It's gonna be funny. Wait, it's gonna be funny just like the Marvel meme after the in-game when everything goes to shit. No, I don't like the chaos that happens in this scene. And I don't like having to be the guy that's, I guess, the harbinger of the end times. Have the finesse property, and you can use dexterity for grapples and shoves. Boom. It'd just be that. Okay. I don't really like the way that this looks right now, but hey, here we go. Something like this, right? Does it actually say finesse in the UA? No, I don't believe it does. No, and this would be a thing that's kind of a facelift from Rogue too. Yeah. We get rid of this, right? This monk assumes the following house role. Unarmed strikes count as a weapon attack for the purpose of dual wielding. Sure. It's not even a house rule, really. The game already kind of fucking says this is how this works. But it's like, because Monk says otherwise, apparently that's not how this works. Yeah. Samurai did not? What do you mean? Samurai did not say that. Wait, what? Oh, quick question about Fighter. Did Samurai make it into 6E? No, it didn't. Battlemaster Champion, Eldritch Knight, and Psy Warrior. Psy Warrior is what got in. Apparently, Jedis were more important to their high fantasy game than, you know, feudal warrior. Yeah. So martial arts, right? They get the focus at 2nd level, and they're also getting their unarmored defense. Okay. While you aren't wearing armor or wielding a shield. Wait, I think this is still title cased, right? Your base armor class equals 8 plus your dexterity and wisdom modifiers. Okay. Unarmored defense, martial arts. Focus. Okay. Okay. All right. Should this be metadata? I don't remember. How do they have this formatted? Ironic about the Jedi comparison, they're in part based off of Samurai. Oh, there you go. This is inline subheaders. So you can spend 1 discipline point to make 2 unarmed strikes as a bonus action, huh? How do I make the headers follow your text box, and what do you write in InDesign? Wait, how do I make this headers follow your text box? How do I make this headers follow your... What? And what do I write in InDesign? I'm not... Can you... Yeah. Could you rephrase that? I'm quite confused. You can make 2 attacks, 2 unarmed strikes as a bonus action. Oh, damn. This needs to be right, and then boop, boop. I don't think that's what needs to stay here. Okay. You can... Okay. Here's the way I see this, right? As a bonus action on your turn... Wait. When you write, the monk subclass goes down as if it was a text, not a shape. You mean this right here? It's not a shape. I think what you're asking me is how do I get the border and the shading to go down with it at the same time? Because I think you might be used to working in either Photoshop or Illustrator, and you're used to maybe thinking about this as pictures, like JPEGs and PNGs, not as actual text formatting, is what I think you're seeing this as. In InDesign, this is all a paragraph style. So InDesign allows you to actually set, InDesign actually allows you to set this stuff as a look for that paragraph style. So what I have here, this is actually a series of 3 different things. So the text is overlaid on top of a border. All the green right here is a border, right? So the left is just a really, really thick left border. The top, bottom, and right are all 2-point borders. The background is paragraph shading. The line behind it is a rule. Typically these are above or below it, but I've got it set behind. And the way that it doesn't look like it's actually like a part of the word is on the character. I have an outline border happening right in there. And then the way that this is actually a different look than everything else that's in the same line is that that's actually set to a certain grep. Grep is a whole other side of InDesign that it's not coding, but it looks like coding. This is just like it's like a cascading style sheet whenever it comes to making a website, is the way to kind of think about how grep works. It's like a situational, conditional, like formatting that you're applying to specific word strings or text strings in the paragraph style. You know, that's no problem. But it's also a very that is a super simplified version of that. If you're interested in learning a bit more about InDesign, there are plenty of tutorials about this kind of stuff on YouTube, and I personally the thing I recommend doing is just kind of working with it and learning it by working with it. As many tutorials as you could check out on it, nothing's going to do you as much good as just working in the software. Actually, I want to adjust this to where this paragraph rule is. Let's get this to 80. Oh yeah, get me right in the center of that. Yes! There we go. Yeah, it was just below center, and it was driving me crazy in how it was piercing through that O and not, yeah. Okay. So, you can make 2 unarmed strikes. Okay, so this would escalate their damage above a d6. So we need something that's a bit more conditional in here about how they can make this, right? You can okay. Once per turn, when you make a strike as a bonus action, here we go. When you use your bonus action to make an unarmed strike, yes, you can spend 10 feet of speed to make an additional unarmed strike. Okay. Patient defense. Oh god. When when you take the disengage, or wait, You can take the disengage action as a bonus action. That's all you need. That's all you need. Honestly, that's all you need. Step of the Wind. We don't even need Focus as the name here. Flurry of Blows, maybe? Patient Defense or Step of the Wind. I think what you can do is just call this... Oh, you want Taron to get into his goddamn editor phase? Mechanical editor fucking era? Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Step of the Wind. You can use your bonus action to, or wait, here you go. You can take the disengage, dodge, or yeah, the dash, disengage, or dodge actions as a bonus action. Further, once per turn, here we go. You can spend 10 feet of speed. Oh, wait, here. Here's what I was trying to do. Further, yeah. Your speed increases by 10 feet and increases further when you reach higher levels in this class, as shown on the monk class table. Okay, we go over here. What was this? Step of the Wind? Okay, plus 10. It's like every 4 levels, right? Yep, using a resource that monks are also increasing as they gain in levels. Yep. This was here, right? It increases every 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. What do you know? Every 4 levels. I honestly don't even think that you need to be the 10 feet. You can spend 5 feet of speed to make an additional attack. You limit it to once per turn. Bam. You spend the 5 feet of speed to make an additional unarmed strike. Okay. So can we... Hang on. Oh no, here we go. Once per turn when you make an unarmed strike. You can spend 5 feet of speed to make an additional, one additional unarmed strike with Yep, here you go. Now we actually open up Flurry of Blows where you can use that as your action or as your bonus action. And you can use Flurry of Blows at the same time that you're using Step of the Wind. Now, further, your speed increases by 10 feet and increases further when you reach higher levels in this class as shown on the Monk class table. Okay. Step of the Wind. Okay. Right. What font is this? I don't think that's Allegria. Nope, it's not. We go there. That should be the right thing. Okay. So now we have plus 15, plus 15. Flurry of blows can't be used if you use a monk weapon. Maybe we can, yeah, I guess you're right, huh? Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. My baby don't mess around. Plus 25 feet. 25 feet. Plus 25 feet. Plus 30 feet. Plus 30 feet. Plus 30 feet. Okay. Diamond Soul, they were getting it like 14th level or something, right? Subclass feature feat. Look, I'm never getting the summit invite again, alright? Subclass scaffolding was subclass feature 6th, 11th, 17th, 6th, 11th, 17th. Okay, so they get subclass. Okay, all right. Yeah, so they're still actually moving on average about 35 feet a turn because it's only costing the 5 feet of the speed to do this thing over here. They're able to get in, pop, do the thing with flurry of blows, pop out, right? There we go. Not getting the summit invite just lets you sneak in Solid Snake style with a cardboard box. I should fucking do that, right? Like, yeah, it's fucking... Taron showed up in a cardboard box. We don't need to give them uncanny metabolism because nothing's going to cost discipline points. Right? We don't need to write in on our movement because we've already keyed that in with Step of the Wind. Boo! My baby don't mess around. Anything that's going to require the saving throw over here, we will throw that in whenever that's required. Slow fall. Slow fall's fine. It's cute. Oh, Deflect. Am I redesigning the monk? Yep, already. Some people are going to be like, all right, Taron actually lost it. This monk is good. What's going on? Why is he doing this? It could get temporary hit points instead. I don't know if it's going to need it. You don't take falling damage. From heights. You don't take falling damage from heights lower than your speed. Your base speed. Okay? Right? Right. I don't even know that I want to keep it because everything that they were getting is already really good for their second level. Their martial arts is... Yeah. Come on, we're already talking about the guy who got fed up enough with the system/company. He's making his own system. Not is making, did make. What do you mean by base speed? I mean, like, with the Step of the Wind improvement and your regular speed, not as it would be improved through dash. Or spells, by the way. Yeah, there's petty bitch energy, right? And then there's fed up with this shit energy. And I think I give off a lot more fed up with this shit energy. What do you do? You already made up your own system? What I'm doing is prepping some stuff to drop in September and just be like, here you guys go. Look, if you're not happy with what they're doing with D&D 2024, here you go. I'm also going to get these out to some of my Patreon sponsors. Chug one bit while it's open. God, on a flip book and flick it on stream. Nah, my guy. Yeah, dude's making the day one patch. Yep. Hell, I'll just call it that. The day one patch. You don't take falling damage from heights lower than your base speed. Here. You know what? We're just gonna do this. Boom. You don't take falling damage while you aren't incapacitated. There. That's easy. Ready to go? Yep. There we go. Will I be working on the Ranger today because you wanted to make a homebrew for it because it was so underwhelming? I've already kind of got the guts of the full class out there. Where's the margins? Here we go. Yeah, I don't know. Until I get hit with a cease and desist or something, I'm just gonna work on it. Like, if they go like, "Hey, man, you gotta stop," and you're like, "Really? I do? Why? I thought you guys already had like stuff out there for creators, huh? I thought this was already the same fucking edition." What do you mean we got an embargo and we can't write for this thing? Isn't it the same fucking edition? We do a little bit of trolling around here. Just actually call it the day one patch, yeah. Alright, Warrior of the Hand. Something like that. Warrior of the Hand. Oh, they had that. Smack a bitch. There we go. 4 elements. Be Ang. It's A-A-N-G, right? Actually call it the day one patch. He'll actually sub to my Patreon if I do. The day one patch. Oh man, that's funny. Now you gotta do it. And hey, we have the alerts on over here, so now we can tell if you're gonna welch on this bed, okay? Give me a major flex if I did. No, oh wait. The day, oh wait. The day. The day 1 D&D patch. Now hold on, it hasn't dropped in September. Someone's moving that fucking goalpost. Okay, Stunning Strike. How many things involved? How many things involved key points? I've seen Avatar, right? You can make the 4 elements monk actually awesome. Here's the deal, right? There's a lot of stuff in here that's quite good. Oh yeah, deflect attacks. Okay. Deflect attacks was not terrible. Okay. But here's the deal. It wasn't specific enough. Warrior of the backhand. Okay, so starting out with what this would be, we have to correct some things, okay? You can use your reaction to reflect melee and ranged attacks against you that deal bludgeoning, piercing, or slashing damage. When you do so, the total damage you take from the attack. Okay. When an attack is made against you or a creature within, let's say, within 5 feet of you, you can use your reaction yeah. Wait. To deflect melee and ranged attacks. Why not just say attacks? You can use your reaction to deflect melee and ranged attacks? What other attacks are there? Wait, am I dumb? Am I dumb? What am I thinking of? Well, there you go, I subbed. Wait, you weren't subbed to me before? Wait. Were you not subbed to me before? What the fuck have you been doing in my chat? Oh, man. You did the free option! Oh. Love it. Love it. Well, welcome. Yeah, I got it. I love my cologne. All right. Wait. Okay. So somebody in chat tell me right now, why is it melee and ranged attacks? Why is it not just attacks? Yeah, they get the intercept fighting style and side deflect attacks. Yeah, I would like to. Or for spell attacks? No, because that's either a melee or ranged spell attack. Otherwise, it's melee or ranged weapon attacks. The day one patch will throw a paid sub. How's it going, designated villain? Oh. What? Here, that's not... What? Why that? I don't know why my Spotify already... Spotify, why'd you do that? Here. Here, I am... Here, we're going off of, we're getting away from the live stream friendly one. We need some impossible kid. All right, if you have not listened to Ace of Rock, welcome, welcome. About to blow your fucking mind. Yes. Right, we are out of monetization range. Tough. We don't want it up way too loud. Just enough to, like, you know.
Steps up to the plate, little brother, little league. 87, he was 8. Rookie season for the skinny slugger, newly at a T-ball. Pit against the pitcher with a ripper you could eat off. Church then a gripper loans, run a third first. Granny yelling go Cubs, nose in a word search. See milfs like apes on a monolithic bleacher in an advocating war and peace in lieu of sport and leisure. Hi Peggy, I was 10 chewing on a sweet tart. Little brother left field Queens guard, mean arm, knees bent, 2 out, 2 on bags. When I caught him staring down at something moving through the grass. Hold up, tag runner and a whole cast rotate. Not before he could identify the culprit. Granny yelling go Cubs, Graham yelling go Fur. New left fielder give a fuck about a homer. Got a homie little rodent head and shoulders at a supple. No baseball in the bubble. Ruh-roh, parents started.
Wow, I was starting to write it like a Vagabond feature. Hang on. I forget the resolution mechanic is totally different in this.
Man stands out by a hole. Pest pops up to patrol. Man plays live whack-a-mole in a scene that would try every childless adult. Whoa, pull boy with a ball mitt thrown over the fence. Coach at the bench. Both teams lose. Good game, good game. Granny yelling go Cubs. Cubs ain't playing. My little brother is a funny dude. A lot of funny shit happened to him. My other brother pretty funny too. Ain't seen him in a minute though.
Okay.
Just in case of rough waters, I wanna put one up for my brothers.
Wait. How did they write this? Did they write an equation different? They have an equation written one way here. Here. They're writing out plus now. Here.
When your mom thinks Satan is involved in a band, we were buried in the village voice, checking it was playing where, pulled his head up out the paper, pushing out a single tear. 5 words like a beacon, a light in the mist. Ministry live at the Ritz, it was Christ is risen a Chris. 3 loaves, 2 fish, miracle of mechanized loops on 2-inch. Coming to a theater, he would be there in the flesh. Moms didn't say no, but she didn't say yes. Cop tickets, side of plot thickens. Countdown to ultimate concert experience. Mom still worrying. Why are they called ministry? Are they a cult? Maybe she would probably investigate.
Layout.
Jurgensen interview. Read a couple sentences. Glanced at a pic or 2 or 3. That's all. No fair trial. Simply you will not be going to the show and that's final. What occurred next with the top of the lungs of a son who unjustly had lost what he loved? In a moment that would transcend.
Yeah, you hate it? What?
Said, this is something I am willing to die for.
Ready for a worse system? I hate to say I hate to say a worse system. What I will say is clunkier. If you reduce the damage to 0, the attack misses. And you can redirect the attack's force. Or redirect some of the attack's force.
Just in case of rough waters, I wanna put one up for my brothers. Just in case of rough waters, I wanna put one up for my brothers.
Yeah, you can only do this against one attack.
Let's see how y'all be trying to front, man. Y'all be fronting, man.
Choose a creature within 5 feet of you if the attack was a melee attack. That you can see.
Been a bit since Mood died. Been a lot more lost in the wake. I recall thinking someday someone's gonna say it's all from the same
How about not total cover? Because
blaming a whole new page on
how about that you can see?
each claim individual peaks and pockets, pains in a slew of unique nuances. Now I mean, when you wake up 8 years non-responsive, it's a lot to process. Gone from a happier jack in the box to a package of clogged up chakras. Oh, shot spot, nothing ever after. We wanted from the once upon a time. ... Once upon a time, he was so much more than a punchline for his own pot shots. I watched the impossible kid. Everything that he touched turns promptly to shit. If I zoom on out, I can finally admit it's all been a blur since moving.
Equal to
None of the subsequent years stood a chance. Whether it was mom's or his man's, whether it was pop's or his girl, I was poison. Heart full of canines, head full of voices. Whole life trying to quiet him down like a suicide king with a knife in his crown. Hounds at bay, but they just won't.
we got rid of a line.
Tugboat way. Ego dark in the face of the fucked. When the fuck was a friend, I was basically done. Into the woods, go a alien tongue. It was that or a textbook fake and a funk, and I can't. Here go the hindsight. 8 years been one long blindside. I can pinpoint 7 more turns.
Attack that deals bludgeoning, piercing, or slashing damage. See, within 5 feet, you can see. Right.
Ease on down, I'm burning up. I'm bleeding out. No one ain't half the battle. That's a bullshit quip written by some asshole. You can own what you are, still sit around stoned in your car, not doing shit, halfway to nil, cranky and waiting for a boss key and hat full of bills. Get out the car race.
Why do you have to see it? Monks deflecting attacks they can't see feels evocative of martial arts. I mean, does it? I think it might be more evocative to get them blind sight. As long as you can hear, you have blind sight. No, what's it's not a third eye.
In the service still, I'm burger meeting purple pills here. Thank you, but call your name, sure you will. Skipped lunch. I'm shrunk.
As long as you can hear, you can't be blinded. As long as you can see, you can't be deafened. I don't know, there was something kind of poetic about that. I think they're also capitalizing some stuff now.
That pretty penny turned the prickly into Benji. If you save up all your winnings, then you get to count your blessings. I finally crunched the budget up and punched the button.
That's kind of cool.
The fuck?
The fact that we can't give it to you at 6th level though kind of sucks. That's kind of a flavor fail. Do we move their subclass up to 7th level just to be like, yeah, because we need that territory? Give it advantage to dex saving throw also? Give what?
She says I'm not your enemy. I said that sounds like something that my enemy would say. Chemistry. She said you're being difficult. I said I'm being guarded. You're $250,000 dead. I get more guidance from my barber. Look, I'm not good at this. I grew up in a noogie fest. You built your walls of high or said goodbye to all your cookie puss. Here's one. Every time
6 cents?
I see images of hooded riders setting fire to hundreds.
Just like you have blanket advantage on dexterity saving throws?
Possible to actualize an honest diagnostic. I said when you start getting all exact and algebraic, I'm reminded it's a racket, not a rehabilitation. Okay. Agree to disagree as grown-ups from opposing clans, honoring the pushing.
Hang on.
Oh well. Preservation is a doozy. Will you be needing another appointment? Absolutely. I'm shrunk.
There you go.
Hobgoblin, shots of hops rounded. Vaccine queen deemed church socks hostage. 9 weeks awesome, hides in a slipper. Look in her eye like she might be a wizard. Cold matter cat.
That's kind of cool.
She got the heroes of tomorrow in a cardboard box and probably hoarding 40 more in the corners of Fort Knox. Swap 20 on a spot and cop the warlock. Back at the haunt, found God in the hamper. Briefs on her head, playing walking with a panther. Good around misery.
It's kind of.
Samplers. Jeopardy and wheel at the heels of her handlers. Bet more than a pet to worship. It's an
All right, what are they doing with this?
purpose here to bat around keys and the means to euphoria. Soon to be held the greatest of all warriors.
Okay.
Homie don't fetch, only woke to stretch under a fort, bubble rich with bowls of goldfish. Skittish in a company of stranger danger. Otherwise, chase drawstrings, tails, and lasers in a steel cage match with a maze of cables. Brazen, game face based on a Zazel. Oversized ears up, puke in the meow mix. Shred a pair of earbuds, remedy is
Hang on.
Thanks, curbs looking like a millie. Keep an old man sharp, keep a cold chantilly. Spun plum dizzy in a frisky moment. Never lands on her feet, though I think she's broken. Mouse are in training, nap on the toaster. Decorator cubicle with dogs playing poker. 15 years taking prescriptions, now it shrink like, I don't know, maybe get a kitten.
Just enjoying thoughts on the new monk. It's clunky as hell. It's good. It's probably too good. Well, once per turn feels mad, but at the same time it might be for the monsters too. What do you mean once per turn? This is triggering anytime you hit him. After you hit them with 2 attacks on the same turn. Yeah. Naturally limiting right here.
Fuck that shit. Look. Can't tell if I'm a little withdrawn or dead dog sent to quote unquote live on a farm. The Coke bottles tint film noir, chipping out the milk bar. Poison horde, shot a cup, milk in the zip car. 6 arms, 6 hand styles like ships on Scrimshaw. Part Def Jam, part Discord.
Oh wait, no. And it can't be.
Summer was awesome. Onion a Benzies, summer was awesome. Got brats on the grill, wormwood in the cauldron, horse hoof in the dog's mouth.
No, that's weird. Just hit it hard again, I guess, if you want to. Right.
Lift 40 hats at a craft depot. Unleaded liar blood pumped through his neck. Came down from the mountain tough with 2 F's.
So far, we've removed all need to track key points from it. God, it's so fucking cool. I love this song.
What are you laughing at? I said, what are you laughing at?
Before a player ever met his Omega, they were effectively reducing his behavior.
Waka waka, hey, how's it going? And there he is. We're good.
Don't make him raise the gate between the betas and a spectacle displaying the nature of strange neighbors.
About the ladder, it says preview version is okay. Long story. Long story with that. Okay. by the time I was, so by the time that I got ready to get the Sovereign up and going for a final release and everything, the OGL snafu started. And at the time that I was getting the information about, like, what all would be involved with that, I didn't know that, like, I didn't know what license I should be publishing it under. I didn't know what the hell to do. My life basically became all about figuring out what the fuck was happening with that situation. And by the time that things had wrapped up, where, like, the OGL thing had, like, slowed down, I got started on Vagabond, I got signed on to some other projects, and the Sovereign slipped to, like, the back of my mind. So it's in Vagabond then? No, not yet. Not yet. It is one that I will be putting in Vagabond at some point. But as of right now, the Sovereign, as you have it over there, it has been play tested. Everything is fine with it. But it's also a part of the reason why I'm not really charging anything for it. I could put more development time into it, because the other thing that's involved with, like, making a product like that is the money that I put into artwork, the time that I spend doing it, right? At this point, any 5e work that I have, I'm just like, I have no idea. I have no idea what to do with it. So I was just like, I gotta move on from 5th edition, and as of last month, I set all of my 5e work to free for the foreseeable future. That may have to change. So grab it while it's hot, right? And go support me on Patreon, please. So I may have to make that change, because it's just not really, like, I don't want to cause any bad blood about it. And there are still other creators who are, like, charging for their 5th edition work, and say that my making it free has kind of put a weird pressure on them to not charge for their shit. And I'm like, well, fucking fine. I get it, but, you know, yeah. I want it to remain cheaper, so I think it might go up to, like, $4.99. But as of right now, you can go pick it up for free. Yeah. Yell at Pointy Hat, not Taron. Don't yell. Why would you yell at Pointy Hat? You only thought it was DM's Guild stuff. Nah, I also... I don't want to cause any tension by leaving my DM's Guild stuff up for free. That's what I'd be worried about. I don't want to cause any damage by leaving my stuff up for free. Pointy Hat equals what? What? What are you all saying? Pointy Hat's an actual creator. Saying that people shouldn't be mad at you. Okay. Yeah, so... Yeah. Also, like, I was hoping that...
Greetings, traveler.
Oh, shit. Boo-sama, hey, thank you so much for supporting the channel over on Patreon. I really appreciate you. Thank you. I forgot about that alert. That scared the shit out of me. Oh, man. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so I was kind of hoping that, like, it would attract people either, like, to the channel or over toward the Patreon to, like, kind of help things out. Thing is, yeah, you can't really count on that. As it turns out, you know, yeah, you can't. I just got an idea. Because you said it wasn't the Dwarf Goblins alert. Yeah. Yeah, it's for Patreon sponsors. do create more 5e content that you can feed to your players. They love my alchemist class, the additional alchemical gear alongside. I appreciate that. But I just don't. Okay. There's other things kind of involved with like not creating 5th edition content. Like, I just don't like the direction that the game is going. It's also not making money, and I have to look at that. I have to look at if I want to keep making stuff. I have to be able to make money doing it. How about focused strikes? Right? It felt like you open wounds? No. We just talk about shit. So it's not making money right now. Oh yeah, wait. Wait, they are giving them a subclass feature and a feature at 6th level. Oh. Then we'll move 6 cents up there, because that's a cooler vibe to hit at level 6. Focus strikes can come up to 7th. They were getting evasion at level 7 as well. Oh, damage type. Hey, there you go. Merchant class is still your favorite third-party class. Well, shucks, thank you. Yeah, it's just not making money. So just so you guys know, like, here you go. Here was the stress and anger that Taron felt at Wizards of the Coast for the last year. Okay, so this is what I would be making kind of annually in regards to my like DM's Guild sales. Well, no, let's say this is like monthly, right? So 2021, I released I think it was my Dancer and maybe my Alchemist at that point. Every month, I could reliably say I was making about, probably about $1,500 a month on DM's Guild sales, right? That's good. It's not exactly the kind of thing that I'd be like, I could go absolutely full-time doing this, but it's really good. 2022 rolls around. The reason why I left my job is because that's what I was making every single month off of all of my DM's Guild sales, Patreon, everything. And this is where I go, you know what? If I were actually pulling my stuff away and publishing under the OGL instead, I would be making $7,000 a month off of my work. That's fucking insane. Why don't I do that? So I start doing that at the tail end of 2022. That's whenever I get word that there's some bad shit on the horizon. And I'm like, well, okay. So we release that info, and here's what happens. You ready? You ready for this? Ooh. 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 That stings. Immediately, if you guys think that Wizards of the Coast was the only, like, group affected by everything that went on with the OGL, this fucked up creators. Hard. Super hard. Okay? My revenue got fucking slashed. Like, fucking killed. I noticed the huge dip in February, and we were just like, well, guess I'm gonna have to go get a job, and like all this shit that was gonna be super cool about like Taron had a job and everything was all kosher. Well, the OGL situation happened, right? Now, I want you guys to know, this year, before I made the decision that I did to like drop my stuff for free. You want to know how bad this is this year? This is not including Patreon, by the way. With Patreon, this is up around like $550 a month. Okay. It's hard out here to be a content creator now. After the OGL situation, this is the real impact right here. Okay. I went from like 2020, I was building my rep up. I was probably making, let's say this. So 2019, I was still kind of working on my, design skill, building up my rep. Really with 2018, here, I'll show you the arc right here. 2018, Taron was maybe making $50 a month off of stuff that he was selling online. 2019 rolls around. Okay, like, yeah, like $200 a month, right? 2020 rolls around. Taron is suddenly making around like $1,000 a month. Things are looking really good. 2021 rolls around. Ooh, $1,500 a month. Damn, this feels great. 2022, $3,500 a month. Holy shit! Wait, we're looking viable, like really viable. Everything felt awesome. I was like, I'm gonna leave my job. I was a teacher. Hey, jeez.
Sorry, was it kind of bust in here?
I didn't see you like kick down the fucking door. What's up, action girl?
It's not even that important. I was just gonna come like try to
Yeah.
show you something stupid that I thought was pretty great. This ad.
Cryptid construction kit.
Pretty amazing.
Yeah. You also smell like weed.
Well, obviously. I just came in from outside.
Yeah. Are you mosquito bit?
No, actually. It's really nice out. It's a little chilly almost.
Is there any could you turn the coffee pot on?
Yeah, for sure.
Because there should be some coffee in there.
Cool, yeah.
Cool. How are you doing?
Pretty good.
Are you?
This mine's broken, and obviously.
Things feeling better? Is it more like irritation or is it you cut yourself? Really?
Yeah. They're like nicks though. Like a spice. They're like dots. And
Ow.
they just
Yeah.
but they have
That's good. Well, I'm happy for you.
thanks. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'll
Alright. Are you going to bed soon?
probably we'll see if I I'm far gone.
Mm-hmm. You have to work tomorrow? Okay. Okay.
So far I do win.
Okay. Well. Oh. Wait, could you also bring me that Good and Plenty right up there in the bookshelf? Right. You see, wait, right there? Yeah, I don't know why I stashed it there. We were on the go, okay?
So cute.
What?
You're cute.
You like my gamer boy aesthetic?
Yeah, I love your cool gamer boy aesthetic. For real, for real. Your drip is great.
I will eat my licorice candy.
I know, we're officially old.
Are we? You might
To some
be.
people.
You're 35. I'm 34.
Okay. Bro, you're old too.
No, he's not old. He's not old.
He's our grumpy old man.
He's a, it's 6:30. Too early to start floating. What?
Floating the river? 6:30 in the morning?
What?
In the evening? What?
That solid snake riz.
Well, obviously.
What?
So him in chat. When I said, well, obviously. Hi, Tin Can. Oh, Jesus, that's funny.
Well, obviously.
Yeah, when you said you smell like weed.
Oh.
Oh, Jesus Christ, that got me.
Yeah. That stoner culture. Fucking yeah!
Yeah, bro. Totally.
Yeah, if you could check that coffee pot, that'd be awesome.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Come on, bud. Let's
Hi,
go
bud.
to the coffee pot.
Oh, look at that dog.
Oh, he's look at that dog.
Look at that dog, little butt. The devil's lettuce. You live in South Georgia, so it's a no-go here. Yeah, we, so, last year before JCon, we went to, Colorado, and it was like, oh, awesome. Fun time. And then we go to Indianapolis, and it's like, oh, culture shock, huh? Yeah, like, so, this should tell you right here how bad the OGL situation fucked people up, okay? Me? I went from making full-time career money into a pit. They're good, but I don't need to eat too many more of those.
Okay.
I mean, I could literally feel my ass getting bigger every single time I ate one.
I thought you were about to say I could literally fill my ass with them.
I could literally fill my ass with those cowtails, yeah.
God, how Oklahoma do we sound?
Alright, you're staring at me, I'm gonna go now! That the Ranger is still the ugly duck in the new player's handbook. I honestly think the entire mess is a big sordid affair. Yeah. I also think that the monk is needlessly. I mean, the monk is good. Like, yeah, it's powerful. Things are great, but like, it's still a fucking mess. Way too cluttered. Ooh. Yeah. Krieg. Imagine being a third party publishing creator who has people that need to get paid and whatnot, and that shit happens. I know of at least like 3 people who were drawing in over like $100,000 a month through doing content creation like this, who had staffs of like 50 plus. I say 50. Wow. Sorry. Like 5+ people. Who like they were talking about serious panic mode about like, well, I'm gonna have to lay people off during Christmas. Like, most of the classes are over-designed at this point. Yep. What do other creators like Dungeon Dad say about what? The new stuff? The new material? Or the OGL situation? I mean, like the whole pay stuff? Their pay doesn't rely on the OGL. So, okay, here's at least a very brief summary on that, by the way. Who the OGL would have affected and who it didn't. Yeah. 3 PP. So this is third party here. Okay. Who they wanted it to affect as well was TikTokers. Yeah, TikTok. Actual plays. They were coming for Critical Role's money, by the way. Like that was huge. Would not have affected most YouTubers Twitch streamers. Man, like, that's for Sam. Yeah. For those of you that don't know, Sam is recovering from cancer. Please go give him some love. Yes. This is an interesting tangent on the OGL you haven't considered. Yeah. So it would not have affected most YouTubers, Twitch streamers. Oh yeah, wait. We didn't get into the rough of this. You want to know how bad this got at one point, though? How WotC started actually fucking backing down. You want to know who started to get really this was the thing that I think finally scared the shit out of WotC right here. This was the moment right here where things went from like, man, I don't know, this is a dark time. We don't know that we're going to have the money, like legal money to really deal with all this. And then we were seeing where Paizo was like, all right, cool, we got a unified front. This is dope. And then we heard lawyers talking about, oh no, Disney is going to have to get involved with this now because of, there was Star Wars, there was a video game more so than their TTRPG. Star Wars had a video game that relied on the D20 engine and the OGL being intact in order for them, I think it was Knights of the Old Republic, so this came up, and I don't know because I didn't hear about legal action that was really going on with this, but the amount of people who got affected, let's talk about this, who this pissed off. Number one, so everybody, okay. Number two, any gamer who is against corporate okay, let's just say microtransaction practices, against corporate overreach, okay, sure, basically everybody in the TTRPG scene. This pissed off so many fucking people, I swear to God. I was hearing about Bethesda having talked about setting up some meetings. I was hearing about a lot of shit. Lots and lots of lawyers. People against microtransactions are still pissed off. Oh yeah. Yeah, I love that yellow banner doing the heavy lifting here. Yeah. So starting from the tippy top on this, third-party publishers, that was all really apparent. This was a huge overreach of their power, and it was just like, hey, what up, Phil? You saw me yesterday and today saying not to pre-order D&D 24. Can you expand on that? I was thinking about pre-ordering for early access to update content for DM's Guild the day that you can. Okay, don't do this because this is the last time that we're going to have any opportunity to show, like, Wizards of the Coast or Hasbro. We don't agree with the way that they're trying to monetize their game. There is slightly early access to it, but, like, you guys, like, why pre-order it? It's not exclusive. They're trying to, like, force the early access on it. Like, guys, just don't do it. Show some solidarity. Stick with your buddies here. Like, don't pre-order it. what they're doing is playing you, okay? They're playing you and the rest of the community. Yeah, we don't know what's in it. You don't know what's good. Just let's sit back, watch what happens, and I'm telling you right now, yeah, you also have to be a subscriber for the early access. Yeah. This right here is an incredibly predatory monetization practice that Hasbro is practicing. Every creator I've spoken with is absolutely against this right the fuck here. This is the last opportunity that we have to show Wizards of the Coast we are against the corporatization of Dungeons and Dragons. That we are against the practices that they've been implementing that we've been seeing fucking up companies like EA, Ubisoft, what the hell ever. Yeah, well, so I don't know that it's necessarily the dragon miniature and digital dice skins. They're talking about trying to justify it for updating things for their business. Or, you know, what, yeah. So here's the other deal. Updating content for the DM's Guild, for the whatever, I'm going to tell you right now, as somebody that has made up a lot of money off the DM's Guild, not really the strongest argument for, how do I put it? Not really the strongest argument in the sense of that storefront is falling apart. We're going to see plenty of it. Just let it sit. If we don't pre-order it, we have an opportunity to do something really fucking funny here. Okay? If we get enough people that don't pre-order this right here, they're going to have to walk some shit back. If we show them that this doesn't work, that digital, like, there's no scarcity here, okay? There's no scarcity here. They're just trying to get you to buy the thing before you know whether or not it's good, okay? Don't get it. Don't get it. Show some solidarity. Let's see what happens. Kit movies back in theaters, funny, yeah. Or Morbius? Yeah. Okay, so third-party publishers, you all know why that would have pissed them off. TikTok. There was a part in there where they were trying to say that pantomimes that used D&D content or their IP were supposedly going to be the property of, like, Wizards of the Coast. The fuck? The absolute fuck? Why? Why would you even try to do that? Nobody's going to be able to enforce that. Whoever wrote OGL 1.1, I hope to God they were fired. Oh my God. It was the most greedy fucking overreach we have ever seen any kind of company take in the gaming industry. It was that bad. I genuinely feel that there are, maybe aside from the Unity issue, this was the greediest fucking overreach we have ever seen a goddamn company do. Whenever I heard about this, I reported on it, and there were people from D&D TikTok who were reaching out, who were like, "Yeah, let's talk. What the fuck have you all heard?" we were bridging social media barriers, my guys. You know, they wouldn't be fired. It was just the person who leaked it. No, I think whoever wrote this should absolutely be fired. Yeah. By the way, whoever wrote this, by the way, whoever wrote that fucking message, I hope to God you think about this every single day and feel nothing but shame. Because the person who wrote this is a miserable sack of shit. Whoever wrote the article that included that, you know that person is deeply unassociated with the rest of society and incredibly out of touch with any other human. How fucking dense do you have to be to write a statement like this and not understand that everybody knows that is a petty, petulant little cry for help? The only person you're fooling right there is yourself. Whoever wrote that, I hope to God you're fired. I hope to God you never get a job again where you're making more than 5 figures. That shit was absolutely abysmal. Jesus Christ, how fucking gross that was. Actual plays. They were trying to actually start making some claims that if you were playing their game on an actual play, that they were owed some kind of recompense there. And whoever it was that does this shit, yeah, the corporate gaslighting. Jesus fucking Christ. Ooh, whoever was like, look, there were some misunderstandings about our, there were some misunderstandings about what the fuck we wrote and like what we were saying. And I'm like, okay, well, you're responsible for that. That was you being responsible for that. Whoever, oh my God, if it was Chris Cox, everybody knows that motherfucker should be fired by now. Easy. Like, oh my God, yeah. Paizo, look. Of everybody that was terrified in that situation, Paizo had a lot to lose. About more than just about anybody else. However, there is basically a like, look, we won't talk about each other, sort of an agreement going on with Paizo and Wizards of the Coast. So like Paizo's gonna stay back, chill, and like just kind of do their thing, okay? But I was hearing about like, oh my God, so many fucking hilarious like whatever there were like. Okay, hearing that like people at Paizo were like watching my stream, like while I was getting the OGL leaks and shit. Oh my God, I was like, well, we are rallying in the spirit of anarchy together. Love that fucking energy, right? Oh man. Yeah, if they wanted to make money for more, want the money for more content, they should produce more content, not grift from other third-party creators. Yep. Disney, we already talked about the Knights of the Old Republic kind of thing. Who it would not have affected? Most YouTubers would not have been affected by the OGL situation. Unless that YouTuber was also a third-party publisher, most likely they were not affected by the OGL stuff. If WotC was going to try to come after whatever it was that you were making with your channel, and like they went to YouTube and they were like, yeah, but it's our game, and like we really want to make the money off of that. No, YouTube would have told them to go fuck themselves. All right. YouTube would not have just bowed down to Wizards of the Coast. YouTube has not bowed down to Nintendo. They have in the case of some copyright strikes, but generally a lot of those copyright strikes are still pretty valid in a lot of cases. Okay. Don't a lot of YouTubers dabble in homebrew? Well, that's what I'm saying. If they're not a third-party publisher, then it probably wouldn't have affected them. We're talking about if you're a YouTuber making video content, would it have affected you? Answer is most likely no, right? Most of the content that you're making on YouTube is covered under the fan content policy, and you're making ad revenue off of that stuff. So the fan content policy doesn't, it's not paywalled. You can't paywall stuff on the fan content policy. So, yeah. Well, to be fair, YouTube is Google, and it's like, well, yeah, and that's the other thing, is like they have the confidence to just be like, you're not taking this shit down. You're not going to pull the revenue from it either. These people have a right to make the content that they're going to make. YouTube generally only kind of counts. This is why I like YouTube a lot more than I like Twitch, by the way. You at least have a sense of security that with YouTube, a partner's going to like, I say a partner, sorry, a partner contact will probably reach out and be like, hey, you got to cut this out. You got to talk, we got to talk about this right here, you know? Twitch streamers. For the most part, if you were just like streaming and talking about the game, this is not going to affect you. They tried going after monetized actual plays. So I'm thinking about something a little bit different here. So like Twitch streamers, if you're like a VTuber or someone like usually what I was doing, where it was like, hey, here we are, we're streaming, talking about the hobby, making shit, right? This is not the kind of thing that I'm referring to right here with actual plays. But like if you're doing what I'm doing right here, showing off content, talking about it, maybe going over news or making shit like this, Wizards of the Coast could not have done anything about that. If they would have tried, they would have absolutely tanked their reputation. They couldn't have enforced any of this in court. Absolutely not. Whoever at Hasbro was going to try and say that they could would absolutely lose that case in court. Okay? There would be a lot of the guys, by the way, that are over in this pool right here were already trying to talk to people up here about how the fuck to fight this group right here. It was getting to the point where there were people that were getting involved who were like, okay, how much money do you have? Not a lot for this budget. I'm gonna help you out because I just really like this hobby, and I can already tell you right now that this is gonna fuck things up for all TTRPGs. Let's talk. Whoa, you guys do not even... It was huge. Okay. There was a... What was it? There was a branch of... it was a lawyers' union. Or like... No, it was the Bar Association, wasn't it? No, I think it was the American Bar Association actually dropped a statement about it. Like... I mean, guys, to the 33 of y'all that are here, that were like, how big was this situation or what the hell? Yeah, the lawyers, the Cthulhu thing. Yeah. The American Bar Association dropped a statement that was like, we can thoroughly go through what we have seen with the OGL that we have had leaked to us. Based on what we have talked about with the clients that we represent, here's how we would advise Wizards of the Coast to not fuck with this. And yeah, at the end of it, they did a sign off of like, by the way, like play better games like Call of Cthulhu that actually have a lawyer class or something. I was like, whoa. Yeah, it went beyond like, yeah, a couple of us that were like upset about the change into seeing the fucking Bar Association get involved. It was like, well now, this made some fucking noise, did it not? Yeah, and then seeing WotC completely just like bend the knee. Oh my god. You have no idea how sweet that fucking day was. Oh. But, yeah, there were some things that, like, I think looking back on that, I would have done differently. Is why does Cthulhu have a lawyer class, and what are you gonna do, throw the book at them? Have you ever looked at Call of Cthulhu? Whenever you're looking at games like those types of TTRPGs are not generally focused on combat. They are focused on solving a mystery and whatnot, you know? Yeah. Will this rework of the monk be available on the Patreon? Yep, that's the intention. Yep. And we're gonna be doing it under, like, fan content policy. I don't know, if they get on my ass right now, it's where I would actually start, like, pressing them on, like, hey, here's the deal. Either you gotta pick a lane here. You're trying to you're trying to shit. No, wait. What is it? Yeah, it's like you've already said that you've gotten off the pot, but you still got shit to shit. I know you're trying to have your cake and eat it too, but you fucking can't here, okay? You have to make a decision. And so far, they keep popping off shots that just ain't fucking hitting targets, man. I at this point, I'm just kind of gonna keep on keeping on. And I highly advise everybody to just kind of do the same. Damn, do monks really get this many features? Yeah, God, their first 6 levels are so... Do they need to keep evasion? I feel like focus strikes... Here, my ears are starting to hurt. Focus strikes. You gotta dip. You work in 3 hours? Oh shit. Well, hey, thanks for hanging out. Speaking of whatever happened with the orc. I'll let you piece this together based off of what I was told from a lawyer. So what I was told from a lawyer who I highly, highly trust, was not to use it. It was a quick legalese, but essentially what I was told was like, if you feel confident in your license and like you don't want to just release everything that you've made, if you have a particular thing you want to do about the legalese for like the content that you create, don't use the orc. Yeah, way over their head there were. Well, I mean, the Zero Law was the ones that wrote it. It wasn't just like Paizo, it was that Paizo was like funding it, right? So like Paizo back putting the money in to make sure that like that thing got made. I can appreciate the desire there. But like it, how do you put it? Giving evasion on top of 6 Sense feels overpowered. I mean, they've got a lot going for them. 6 Sense is kind of cool, but like, I don't know. We just gotta write stuff in. You missed a couple seasons of the OGL anime. Yeah, but I feel like it was rushed out, not stress tested. I don't think the intention was to screw anyone over, but the guarantee isn't there. So, like, here's my thing I got with the orc, at least the impression I got, and, like, the advice that I got, okay, is that your license should be a thing that you know has things that you want to apply to how people make content for your game. And if you're just kind of picking something because it's like, this will make people happy for the thing that I made. Here's another deal, right? There's a lot of people that are asking about like, okay, so like whatever happened to the orc, or like people got really hyped about this thing, right? And I was always like, why are you all hyped for a license? Like, what was the whole deal there? It was just like another thing to rally against and punch Wizards of the Coast. But like, it's a license. Why are we pressuring people to accept it? I got pressure to use the orc for Vagabond, and I was like, what? Why? What about it? Do you know what it is? No, but license with it. I was like, why? Why would I want to do that? Because orc. Like, oh my god, no, go away. Stop breathing on me with your mouth. Like, that was... I was legitimately getting pressure to just sign up for the orc without knowing what the fuck was in it. Yeah, they liked what it stood for, not just what it was. Yep. This scene, by the way, has a really bad habit of just blindly supporting anything based off of hype alone. Hang on. Move along vertical surfaces, so walls, on your turn, without falling during the movement. So you can move across water. Right? This is like where we see a monk thing happen, where it's like, cool, yay. It's not about the license, Batman. It's about sending a message. But, like, it didn't send a message to Wizards of the Coast. It was like, they didn't give a fuck. They were like, okay, well, they're spending their money on making a license over there. Okay. They didn't care. It wasn't hurting them. There were a lot of times where I was just like, why are we doing this? Like, this isn't the thing that's actually furthering the cause that we're going for here. It just seems like people are sort of, like, raising up arms for causes that, like, we don't... I'm like, what? It was a lot of, like, hype around an idea and not actually, like, going through with ideas. And a lot of people that were, like, trying to seem like voices of authority to speak for the entire community instead of just saying, like, hey, I have a platform. I'm going to amplify the messages I've heard. You know? And, like, ugh, my God. Yeah, horizontal is water, vertical is walls. Give the monk a natural climbing speed and say it applies to liquid surfaces. Yeah, people saw a villain and concluded that there must be a hero in the story too. Wow. How poignant. See, the thing is for me, whenever I see this, while you aren't wearing armor or wielding a shield, I kind of want to put that over into almost like a Step in the Wind-like feature. What if it was like this? You gain the following benefits. You can... Vertical surfaces and across liquids on your turn. Wait. Just say you can move across along vertical surfaces. Yeah. You can move on vertical surfaces and over liquids without falling during the movement. How about without falling? Does it need the during the movement? You can move on vertical surfaces and over liquids without falling. Right? Would it be too much to pull it down to 6th? No, I was actually thinking about putting it in 2nd. I'm gonna be real with you. Yeah, you must not hype. Hype is a mind killer. Hype is a little dead that will bring total disappointment. I will face my hype and let it pass over me. Only hype will remain. Good night, just the craft. Flex should be a psionic class. I highly disagree, but hey, Daryl. Yeah, as if there were normal horizontal terrain or something. You can walk on walls and ceilings all of Spider-Man. Yeah, here's what I'm actually thinking. You have increased which increases this bonus increases. Acrobatic movement, unarmored defense, martial arts at first level. I think you can do that. I don't like having 2 bullet point features at first level. While you aren't wearing armor or wielding a shield, you can move on vertical surfaces and over liquids without falling. Wait, yeah. This also grants you a 10-foot bonus to your speed, can't remember if it was lower or top capital. Walk on walls, disappear, and fly? What? Huh? Alright, so what was it facing this? 10, 10, 10. Oh, so it was every 4, right? So martial arts was getting the D6. Okay, so the idea is to get it to improve to 30. I'm gonna do 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, we just give it to you in level earlier. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep. Okay. Oh my god, you guys hearing my fucking back just snapping and cracking and popping? Whatever that means to you. Okay, acrobatic movement, martial arts, unarmored defense. Flurry of blows, step of the wind. Okay, so we got rid of their 9th level. And moved it up earlier. They needed a new 9th level. Focus strikes at 7th, right? 6th sense at 6th level. Cool. Alright, so the thing was previously they got evasion at 7th level and focus strikes was coming online at 6th. No, I'm not going to rework all the classes. No. I'm showing why. Okay, so it always comes down to this, right? Anytime I critique something, like especially from Wizards of the Coast, one of the things that happens is, to me, I make some statements where I'm just like, I think that this thing is pretty rough, but I will typically say something that is like a, I'm still saying something critical of what is objectively an improved option to most people who aren't really looking at how gracefully a thing could be expressed, or what is healthier for a game, what has a better play feel, right? So what's happening with the monk right now is that the monk got a buff, and the monk didn't just get a buff, the monk probably became one of the most absurd martialists in this new edition of D&D. This class went from 0 to motherfucking hero, but I still think that the class is in a rough spot. And that's really hard for me to explain why I think it's in a rough spot without showing why. And especially whenever I say, like, hey, this thing doesn't seem like it's really well put together for one reason or another, I always get some chud that's in the fucking comments that goes, usually, you know, whenever I say chud, I mean, like, breath smells like boot, nose smells like shit, right? So I get someone like that who gets into my comment section that goes like, I actually think, you know, if this is the way you feel, can you really do any better? And I'm going to be like, all right, fucking sure, whatever, here you go. And I have to, like, quote unquote, like, prove my point, right? So it's kind of what I'm doing here, right? I'm trying to show what my problems are with the way that they wrote this. I don't think the thing that's good for this monk, or for any TTRPG in general, is to track something as fucking weird and unruly as the focus points. With the focus points, they are effectively giving you something that they want you to have an infinite amount of in order to do things that, like, are slightly elevated above, like, what most other martialists could do. I don't think the focus points are a decent enough restriction or an interesting enough toy to justify staying in the game. Yeah. I'm doing this as a sort of, like, someone's gonna mention some shit to Taron at some point, so I'm just gonna go ahead and take care of it. Yeah. I need to know, but how would someone get your respect in terms of designing? Like, you would have to give weight to their words in designing something? Wait, what? How would someone get my respect in terms of designing? Why do you care about my respect? So how does someone get my respect in it? Do something, show that you have an understanding of some of the concepts behind game design, is, I guess, what I would say. It's not really a matter of, like, whether or not it should matter if my opinion matters to you. There's plenty of people who I highly, highly respect in the design scene. Fucking Chris McDowell. I'm looking over here, like, at my bookshelf. Like, Chris McDowell, Charles Ferguson Avery, Luke Gearing, Kelsey Dion. I mean, Pele Nielsen, Johan Nor for Merkborg, right? Hina Koto for Miru, Gavin Norman for Old School Essentials. Fucking Kedhup. Kedhup has some of the most insightful, like, comments on game design and speaks eloquently from the perspective of a man who clearly has an appreciation for it as an art form, not just someone who enjoys games and knows that they could write a Word document where they're slightly tinkering with the rules of D&D and calling themselves a game designer, right? There was a mentality that was pushed around that, like, the moment you start homebrewing for D&D, you're a game designer. And I'm like, well, okay. That's about like calling the kid with a box of crayons an artist. So, like, are they? I guess it doesn't really super matter, but, like, there is a difference, okay? That's not a condescending thing. It's just, like, letting people know, like, if you want to be a game designer, it's going to require, like, researching some other games, not just D&D, you know? So, like, spread it out, check out what other shit's got going for it. You know, in some ways, it's like, if I can tell that somebody has a lot of experience in other systems, they're going to have a bit more weight than someone that's just really experienced writing a shitload of 5e stuff. Now that I mentioned, wait, the payoffs are all really marginal. They let you refresh it so freely when the adventuring day is so short. Yep. There you go. Yeah, homebrewers are closer to modders. There you go. Thank you. How's it shaking? We're shaking good, man. This ass is shaking great. Yeah, you're closer to a modder whenever you're doing homebrew than you are an actual systems designer. Until you've actually designed a system, it's rough. It's just, yeah. What were the skills they were getting? Acrobatics, athletics, history, insight. Choose one type of artisan tools or musical instrument. Oh yeah, and by the way, like, it's just like your goal shouldn't be for my approval. Like, I've had people set up, like, you know, meetings or consults or whatever, and you know, they've asked me like, you know, how does somebody like, how they've said to me, my dream is to get you to be excited about the thing that I'm making. And I'm like, me? Why? Don't care about me. Make the thing you want to make. You know? Like, if there's a thing that you really like, it shouldn't matter what the fuck I think about it. Like, you should just like the thing that you want to make. Design something that makes you happy, not something trying to make me happy. Here we go. Wild Frontier. Okay, we're gonna do that. I do like what they've done for allowing you to use augmented versions for key points. Like, before, players were so disincentivized from using some of the other utility abilities. What utility abilities? I don't know what utility they had. Do you mean like defensive features? If you're like, well, the only things that they were ever really using was flurry of blows, I'd be like, yeah, I kind of agree with you there. Yeah. What makes me happy in game design, fast combat, or etc.? Are you asking, like, what makes me happy in a TTRPG's game design? If that's a specific case, then, like, I mean, what am I? I think you're asking more so, what am I looking for in a game? Maybe. In a TTRPG. So, I'd like to be drawn in by the concept. Oh, the designer? Designer? Hey, welcome. Yeah, if the goal is not to ultimately make something you like, and the group you normally play with, you will fail to satisfy anyone. Yep. The first person who any of that excitement should matter to is you. And I know it's really hard for people that have anxiety to, like, really kind of just want to, I hate that I'm going to say this, but self-satisfy, okay? You have to be okay with the idea that this thing is not going to be good unless you're happy with it, you know? You have to know that you enjoy doing the thing that you're doing. A part of this is why, by the way, I made Vagabond to be a solo game as well. I wanted to make sure it felt fun for me to play the thing, and I knew for goddamn sure I couldn't get a lot of people to just randomly run it for me. So what I had to do was make a game that I knew I could play with myself, you know. You're actually so excited for Tier 1 play with a new monk with the revised rules? Okay. Okay. Well, I'm happy you're happy. Yeah, play with yourself. Yes. Sidebar core. I just realized we don't have a sidebar ready to go. Maybe? I don't know about that red. Like, what do they want? Yeah, thank you. I'm not going to be doing this for every single class. Just the ones that we can clearly tell some things got out of control. Counselor's approach. No. Why is this not? Order, right? Merge consecutive. Oh, yeah. Because they've got it. Yep. Okay. Actually, this also needs to go 4 0. So before it needs to be that, and then we actually give the sidebar title. The space before. Wait, this needs to be. Oh, that one's got to get turned up. What you going to? You successfully detached focus point resource management. Yeah. Oh yeah. I already got rid of it. That was like the first thing we did. To admit that I used to draw. A unicorn. Okay, so we can't change that until we do this. Got a whole grayscale ungluing his world. Might zone amp to the yap of the magpie. Unseen hand dragging his graphite. Fuck. Contour, little bit of backlight. Black ink after a Bristol to baptize. You can imagine a rush that ensue when you get 3 dimensions stuffed in a 2. Then it's off to a this. Where it's all you get to. Being trained and observed by a capable few. Back in New York by peeps and a dog in a 2-bedroom doing menial jobs. Plus rhyming and stealing and being a clod. Distractions, freedom. Okay, that's the easy answer. We need fantasy. There was a look I remember that I really liked. Is it here? And you bubble that? Yeah. That's enough of a like, ooh. Down just to count your rings. Just to count your rings. Used to paint. Hard to admit that I used to paint. Natural light on a human face. Stenciled fire in his roommate's face. It was blooming addiction. A miss and a push and a pick. Double that. Like a tattooed pigskin look. Pinhead kids in a minute. Drank Kool-Aid from a tube of acrylic. And I grew up in a linseed oil ever linen. Joy to the poison. Voice to the resin. Capture a map of a gesture. Back up, add a little accurate fat to the figure. Redo that, move that inward. Zinc white lightning shoots from his fingers. Studio strewn with illusion and tinctures. Stay tuned for the spooky adventures. You can imagine the stars that align when a forearm starts foreshortening right over its warping spine in proportion. Reads as warm and alive. Routine day with a dirt cheap brush. Then a week goes by and it goes untouched. Then 2, then 3, then a month and the rest. Taron has ideas. I left some seasons eager to fall. I left some work to bury alive. I let my means of being dissolved. I let my person curl eating up his innards and unfeasible anxiety is brutally committed to relinquishing his privacy, aligning with the trials of the anti-Midas. Snap on the back lawn, look up in the sky. It's shapes falling out of the fringe. Made cowardly kings. Just to count your rings. Just to count your rings. Just to count your rings. And now we're colors pouring out of the fringe. All heart though we would have made cowardly kings. They will chop you down. That's just kind of what I was doing in Vagabond too. Count your rings. Just to count your rings. I might just do it, just to be like, here you go. That's a different sidebar.
Where is the truth you promised?
The kid that worked down at the local Baskin Robbins got a tattoo of a lipstick print attached above his collar. I watched him relocating pistachio to a waffle, thinking I had lost the plot of not the passion for the
Okay.
novel. He asked me what I wanted.
God, what a cool line.
He said he liked the tattoo Alex drew.
I had lost the plot, but not the passion for the novel. What the fuck? That's so good.
Company, my coloring is not the main event. Look at that neck. The message is immediate. The guy F chicks. I spent a lot of years making friends with cool artists. So when they drew me tattoos, I could truly feel important. Now some 22-year-old inside a cube of brick and mortar got me questioning my morals in their corny
Picking order.
I should give a shit less.
Cherry no, whip yes.
Lot of years. Lot of years. The girl that worked down at the local juice place.
Okay, we have this.
Down to her waist. I watched her at the spinach to the ginger to the grapes.
This look.
Underwhelming. My
Hang on.
fucking great.
What looks funky about this? Alright, I'm gonna go dark for a second. Hang on a sec. Why is this reflecting weird? No, so it looks more brown than that.
Mind's fucking blown. The future is amazing. I feel so fucking old.
Hmm.
Bet you clone your pets and ride a hoverboard to work. I used a folding map to find the juice place in the first. These kids are running wild. I'm still recovering from church. You should have seen me in the 90s. I could ollie up a curb. You should have seen me in the 80s. I was bumping New Edition, dragging acne into Hades.
Oh shit, wait. I hope that at least made like one or two people go like, oh, oh, it's a spooky skull.
Dwarf goblins.
Brett Martin, hey, welcome, welcome. Why SF Rock right now? Oh, I was tired of listening to only the live stream playlist. Yeah. This version of the monk looks similar to the vagabond version. We don't have a monk in vagabond. We have a pugilist. Actually, God, that one might get struck. I was gonna play to Pimp a Butterfly just because I was feeling it. Actually, man. Oh. The riff to the Necrodancer soundtrack is so good. Now that you think about it, are there any perks in Vagabond that mess with speed or movement? No, not really. Every time we kind of kept screwing with it, it just wasn't really... I don't know, it just didn't really have great play feel. I was just like, I would rather not break the game by making a perk that just absolutely rips the game wide open like that. And I don't really know what people would kind of be wanting. The movement always kind of seemed to be the thing that no matter what, it was like a chainsaw that was going to be juggled all the time, you know? And I was like, well, I would rather just toy with the other things anyways. Yeah, there we go. Monk class features. I think this is going to be in one, right? God, I don't remember. Did it? This is the only thing that makes any sense from any point of sanity here. Can we see if we start doing this? I think that looks fine. Yeah, the headers are enough to distinguish it. But yeah, hey, now we have a new feature that's coming up. Boom! We're in it. There we go. Okay. Now... So for the win, gain the following benefits. Okay. Right. Here we go. When you use You always want to hit die 1d10 for monks. It goes completely against their build style. It's completely against their composition as a unit in the game to get a d10 hit die. When you use your bonus action to dash, disengage, or dodge, you can... Highly mobile harassers. Yep. Freed up their 9th, so we can give them this. Oh, it's kind of monk and the barbarian. Your home group uses their extra movement all the time. Oh yeah. You can make... When you use your Flurry of Blows feature... You can make 2 additional unarmed strikes as a part of that action rather than 1. See how easy that is? Whirlwind Fist, sure. So Diamond Soul was the original one, right? Diamond Soul. Wait, what was that other one? Yeah, level 10? Brain tired, how go? Palm Blast? Yeah. Palm Blast, yeah, right? That's funny. That would be the, yeah, that would be the... You are immune. How about this? You can't be charmed, frightened, or poisoned. Fists of Fury. what they call this one? Self-restoration. That's not really what we were thinking of. They need the reflect energy. You think take Charmed off? Bonus action healing factor is cool as Monk. Their bonus action is entirely already way too eaten up. Charmed, frightened, or poisoned. You just can't be charmed, frightened, or poisoned, right? You're immune to them. What's this sort of focus? Purity of body, maybe? Like 40% of wuxia films have monks getting charmed in one fashion or another by a sexy sorceress. I'm just going off of what they already had and kind of giving an example for why I just think that this is kind of nothing. And this is just get rid of this. Nobody cares about this. Disciplined survivor. Proficiency in all saving throws is already so good. They're capitalizing this now, right? Deflect attack. Right, you can't use it on force for some reason. Any damage type. That's an easy cake. Yes, quick feature. Whirlwind fist. That's kind of cool. Purity of body. Yeah, I like clean and simple. Door one day to your hey. Well, I appreciate having you here. How did drunk master monk work if you can't be poisoned? Because they're emulating being drunk. They're not actually drunk. That's the whole point, is they're trying to act drunk and throw you off rather than actually be drunk. Someone didn't watch Dragon Ball. Borachio from Mortal Kombat? I have never played Mortal Kombat. Well, I have played Mortal Kombat. I'm just not a fan. Can we make this slightly closer? Fuck, why does that do that? Here, after, right? Sure. Ooh la la. The fucking temporary hit points equal to 2 rolls of your martial arts die is just insane. The Jackie Chan look. Here. Yeah. Oh, Jesus. Oh my god, that was loud. It's more about acting drunk, not being drunk, and about the idea of luck, stupidity, and like kind of just getting a rando shot in there, right? Not a like being drunk and fighting. That's the intent. You're pretending to be drunk. You're sort of emulating the idea that things should flow and I should be like naturally just sort of like able to kind of do these things, not like you're actually drunk. Let's see. Master drunk fighting, both pretending to and being drunk. Well, I mean, it's also in Mortal Kombat. That's a video game. Yeah. Ooh. Yeah. You just like temporary hit points, but it's not a big deal if at level 20 for a monk. Never helped the situation when I played. It's not really a level 20 thing that I'm worried about. It's they're able to do that at 10th. 2 rolls of your martial arts die at 10th level every single turn. It's fucking wild. They dish out temporary hit points way too easily. You can now take 2 bonus actions on your turn as long as they're not the same bonus action. Too clunky. It's bloating out. It's bloating out an already bloated out action economy. I can see why you'd want to do it though. Huh. Wait, if you just gave them a second bonus action at 11th level, it's actually an improvement on both. Wait, that's a way cleaner way to do that. Yeah, it's actually both. And it's not doubling up on Flurry of Blows either. Wait, that's actually really clean. Wait, yeah, Ethan Otto. That's actually like a super clean way to do that. Yeah, just give them a second bonus action. This second... the only thing is, it can't be used. Well, we can just get rid of that. Yeah, wait, that's incredibly clean. A multi-class would be so glorious. I mean, going into 11th level is really good for it. Yeah, that's worth the change. Here, I'm writing down a capstone. I don't know if it's the same thing that they wrote. I just had an transcendent. Is that what they called their capstone? Body and mind. Wait, really? That's all they called it? Okay. Yeah, these increased to, what was it, 25 now? That's fine. It's fucking buck wild. You now really do get swift actions. The second bonus action can only be used to take the dash, disengage, or dodge action. No, I actually don't mind it being this open. Because now you can make a second attack with Flurry of Blows in that way. Right? Where was that? Survival Instinct. No, wait, that, what? Okay. How about this? Cake. What do you call this? It's a little... What's the... Purity of body... How about we do the flurry of blows? And can we not make this any bigger? And then can we do this? Bah! Damn it. There you go. They could expend their reaction to get the bonus action? Well, can't really do that because they have deflect attacks. If the monk gets a second bonus action... Yeah, this is already keying off of making an additional unarmed strike as a part of that action. So it's already opened up here. It's still only once per turn. But now, whenever you reach 11th level, you can maybe pop this twice on the same... Yeah, you might get another shot on that, and it doesn't cost a resource. You need to take a bonus action on your turns. I don't know. I'm just trying to think of a rando name for it. Would that be okay to put it 9th? Or focus strikes, move that up to 9th? And then get evasion in there? Alright, listen to that one. Well, how about just dungeon synth? What do we got? Noel. Ka-chow. What about a second reaction? We don't want to just keep bloating out their action economy. Them getting a second bonus action plays into this right here. And other things they can do with their bonus action. Yeah, we don't want to cut that off too hard. Diamond Soul. Deflect Energy, 14th level. Wasn't that where that came on? Proficiency in all was 14th, right? Yeah. Your thought was just that the bonus action could be used for cantrips or magic items? I mean, yeah. Shift evasion is probably better. Oh, stronger than everything the monk has. Shift evasion higher is probably better. Well, but rogue's also getting it at 7th. You can't benefit from this feature if you have the incapacitated condition. When you're subjected to an effect that allows you to make a dexterity saving throw. Okay. How about let's just get rid of some of this way over wordiness. That also helps protect our ass. Is it transcendent or transcendent? D-E-N-T. Oh, my ass. Using your martial art die? Dude, that's using a reaction. Oh, wait. Once you do and successfully and turn a failured into a success, you can't re-roll a failed save this way until you finish a long rest. Boom! There we go. Better play feel. Swift as lightning, flurry of blows, improvement right there. What if, and hear me out, the thing that makes people go, what the fuck about flurry of blows, is that suddenly you go like, you can do it 3 times. When you reach higher levels in this class, you can make additional... You can make more attacks this way. Starting at Transcendent. Sound more badass than Transcendent? And 18th level. Yeah, Flurry of Blows is just extra attack, yeah. When it comes coupled with a bunch of other stuff. And it's giving you more of the, like, combo power because it's all tied into Monk. 18th level, we don't really need to give you a feature. We just say Flurry of Blows improvement. Right? That's a great feature. If we look at what they were giving you at 18th level, superior defense. You can spend 3... Okay, you have the incapacity... Okay. You have resistance to all damage, except force damage, by spending 3 discipline points to gain that for a minute. Or, hear me out, an additional attack you can make. What's the fun thing? Not 17th level? Only reason why not at 17th level is because that's where they're getting their subclasses. They're getting a subclass capstone at 17th level. And their martial arts die improves to a D12. You gain this feature again at these levels? Oh, man. We're getting there. Hang on. I need to grab coffee. Caffeine and nicotine, it won't keep us alive, but it'll keep us employed, and that's what matters. Oh, man. That's funny. How was my chair stream? That entertaining for y'all? Anyone in the U.S. want to buy a copy of Gloomhaven? I've had Gloomhaven, and, like, it's like organized and everything in there in my kitchen, and like every time we've ever talked to somebody about playing it, they're always like, yeah, but no. God, they have their capstone. Can we? So we have room at level 15 or something. They need a thing here. The chair had some radical opinions. Oh boy. Is it trying to red pill you guys? What would they want? Like, they're getting the D12 improvement right here. And we've already gotten rid of, like, key everywhere in the class. They have a great 18th level already. What would they want here at 15? Yeah, we don't need to keep regenerating key. We already have, like, taking a second bonus action. That's quite good. Ugh. Communication thing, not languages, telepathy. Oh yeah, they were getting like sun, what was it? Tongue of the Sun and Moon originally. Hmm. I mean, it supposedly is worth something in D&D. Ooh, that's really stretching the limits of our header. Can speak with and be understood by all creatures. You can speak to... Oh wait, you can be... Or you can understand... Hmm. The old Song of the Sun and the Moon is based off of old masters using mind communication. See, to me, I always thought that it was coming from, like, supernal. Like, there was a language that the angels could speak that all creatures know and can understand and hear. Hmm. It's kind of cool, but, like, I don't know, is it? Your body does not age. And you can't be charmed, frightened, or poisoned. There. How about you do not age? You do not age. You do not age, and you can't be charmed, frightened, or poisoned. Damn, we'd have to... I don't really like how that would do that. Hey, we do minus 10? Can we do minus 15? Where would it actually retract? We do minus 12? We do minus 14? Minus 13? Alright, that's our limit. Okay, here we go. Yeah, being able to talk to animals sounds like some wishes. Yeah. You can be understood. Oh, wait, yeah. Your words are understood by all creatures, and you can understand their words in kind. Hey, what up, Jordan? That midnight oil? Oh, kinda. Yeah, I just got a little bit, yeah, Let them use Wiz for charisma checks. Ah, that's so. It's just. Ah. Eh. We already got a lot going on with this one, alright? Alright. So. There's something I was forgetting about all this. Yeah, they have all this, like, becoming a, like, yada yada yada. Alright. Warrior of the Hand. Let's see. Masters of unarmed combat. They learn the techniques of push and trip their opponents to manipulate their own energy and protect themselves from harm. Okay. Let's see what we got here. So... Oh, come on. Go level 3. Up. Whenever you hit a creature with an attack granted by your fury of blows, you can impose one of the following effects on that target. That's kind of funny because it would just be... There's not really a need to... Yeah, it's the same triggers in which it would happen, except now it doesn't actually cost you anything other than speed. And it gets better naturally as you level up. I don't think we need to really worry about that. It can't make opportunity attacks until the start of its next turn. Is quite good. Level 6. Wholeness. Body. You went through the pain of retooling a monk class a year ago. God help you. No, there's enough to jump off of here to where this is only going to take a day, maybe. Like, not even a day. We started this at what, like 7, maybe? Not even 7, I don't think. This is just me showing like how kind of bothered I am with the direction that this is going and how this could be improved. And like, I don't know, I'm just kind of disappointed with Wizards of the Coast. Like, they've fallen from grace so hard. And they just keep continuously like fumbling the bag, man. Yeah, we're gonna have to figure that out. Level 17. There we go. Quivering Pan. Yeah, also, if it sounds like I'm being mean on Wizards of the Coast, they also just have pretty much told people not to speak with me. And, like, not to associate with me, so that's, you know, fuck them. Designers are serving too many masters? Maybe. They're not being allowed to take some time on their work, and what it's doing is it's making the game sloppy. I don't know, we'll see what this does here. You only started engaging with the 2024 Player's Handbook content because you realize it's about time for it to come out. I know, need to know what's going on without them just changing it all. Yeah, I only caught up to, like, kind of make sure I could update my work that's on the DM's Guild for it, and get my OGL only versions of it ready for my storefront. And as I started finding out more and more about it, I was like, there's so many mistakes getting made on this that you can just resolve incredibly quick. There's just sloppiness happening. Whoop! Hang on. That's a crash. And there are mistakes that are easy to pick out, too. And I think at the end of it, honestly, some designers might be getting told that, like, they can't deviate too far, and that might be a part of the reason why these designs are really suffering. They're kind of stuck. Fullness of body feels really random for open hand. In the ability to heal. Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, I don't know why that's there. I mean, it's supposed to be like the vanilla monk, so maybe. You just have to rewrite all your articles, so it's going to be a good time. What? Dude, if you have, like, oh yeah, by the way, if you have any work that you want to toss my way, I'd be happy to do some shit for you guys. Because doing work for the Flute Salute site was awesome. Just updating content, yeah. And I'm probably going to also hit up Alchemy to try and see if they need another article written for them. Yeah, man. Yeah, feel free to give me a shout. I'm open right now. I've also been doing a shitload of I've been doing a shitload of just research. Why not tie the healing into Step of the Wind? You mean here? It's a bonus. Oh yeah, because it's a random bonus action getting spent here, huh? When you use Step of the Wind, you can roll. Yeah, wait. When you use Step of the Wind? No, wait. Huh. You can... equal to a roll of your martial arts die plus your wisdom modifier. Minimum of 1 hit point regained? Do you need the minimum here? -5? I guess. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your wisdom modifier, and you regain an expended use when you finish a long rest. Oh my god. Wouldn't that cause some funky stuff with the bonus action? When you take the dash, disengage, or dodge action? You could continuously just try to keep, like, healing up like crazy. This is a once per turn, but we've opened it up, and it feels a little bit like I need to rush in order to, like, get all this. Hey, later, Jordan, man. Hope you're having a good one, man. What about... Oh, here. At the start of your turn, you can choose to regain a number of hit points equal to a roll of your martial art die plus your wisdom modifier. You can do so a number of times. Times equal to your wisdom modifier. And you regain all expended uses when you finish a long rest. There you go. There you go. There, that's actually a buff. Yeah, 17 hit points that you just get that you can regen. Yeah, that's cake. When you use a bonus action other than Step of the Wind. Fleet Step? What was the original? Which can save your behind in a bad situation. You're saving your behind. Oh, that's adorable. What did we get originally? Life is fleeting. How quaint. You can regain hit points equal to 3 times your monk level. You want to be nice, man? I swear way too much IRL. God, this was good, though. It was like... This is kind of sick. Oh, there we go. I can't tell if that's the mic or if it's the cord. I always wanted a Shure SM7B. I got one, didn't like what it was kind of doing to really boost the hell out of the bass in my voice, and so I swapped it out, and I like these Rode Pod mics. They're great little mics. $100, fucking fantastic, right? Got this mic. It's been awesome, except the XLR jack is... It's the least secure jack I've ever used on a mic. It just slips out all the time. Yeah, I guess that's true. Hmm. Yeah, an aura of peace, right? What other cool shit did we give you? Okay, you might need to add while conscious? Yeah, there we go. Good catch. Okay. Get this out of here. This is nothing flavor text. To set up lethal vibrations in someone's body. When you... Wait. When a creature fails its saving throw against your stunning strike feature, you can start imperceptible vibrations, which lasts for a number of days equal to your monk level. These vibrations are harmless unless you use your action to end them. Alternatively, you take action and you replace one of these attacks with this action. Okay. or half as much on a successful one. One creature under the effect of this feature at a time, harmlessly without using an action. Right? Ooh, when you take the dodge action, you can also choose to cast Sanctuary on yourself until the start of your next turn. Yeah, I think bringing back Tranquility is kind of a way to go. Oh man, the Qs go below the border down here. Damn. Oh, I'm gonna have to screw with that, huh? Oh, I am. Okay. When you take the, hang on, dash, disengage, or dodge action, you can choose to gain the effect of a sanctuary spell that lasts until the start of your next turn. Or even cast it on an ally within 5 feet of you. Sanctuary. It's a sanctuary. So it's a freebie spell, right? But here's the deal. So like, oomph, they're getting nice big hit point buff right here, right? They would be getting movement and utility right here. Or or cast it on an ally within 5 feet of you. To grant yourself or an ally sanctuary spell that lasts until the start of your next turn. This monk is just fantastic at hitting people hard. Like, really hard. Like, so hard, it would break their nose into the back of their skull base so they can sniff their own spinal fluid. There we go. That's flavor text. It was the Merkborg influence, okay? I heard the chug, and that's what happened. Yeah, I am your opponent. 4 elements. That's not even a... Okay, I don't even know that this is a can of worms I want to open right now. Especially because it is 1:30 in the fucking morning right now. Okay. This version of the monk is a mad rambling by a man with nothing better to do and a family that is permanently disappointed with his life decisions. Learn from his mistakes and never ever play dragon games. Alright, I have to take a look at the entire set here. Okay, so I guess, chat, you kind of get what I'm going for with this, where, like, I just don't think that this monk needs key. I don't think it needs to track focus points. I think that that's a failed fucking design. And, like, I'm doing this to kind of prove a point where I just don't think that, like, anything that they're doing with this fucking monk is really, like, clean. Yeah. What do I put here, by the way? Alright, so I need to say, like, here. Oh, wait, they need... What was the equipment they were getting? Need to double check that. Artisan tools, musical instrument, or 65 gold. Oh, that's super funny. Yeah. So the way they're formatting it is like this. Choose A or B. Artisan's tools. 5 daggers. Explorer's pack. Musical instrument. What? A musical instrument, right? A spear. And 9 gold. What was it, like 65? $65 gold pieces. Yeah, and they were considering Rogue can do 90% of the stuff without key. Yep. Yep. The smarter thing for them to do would have just been to say, like, we got to get rid of key. Okay. Well, yeah, regain all key on initiative. Yeah, here's what they want to do. They want to get rid of key. They don't want to use key. But there's problems that get brought up with that, especially around backwards compatibility. I'm not too worried about backwards compatibility, honestly. If you're going to make a change and, like, innovate, you need to really, really make the change. Yeah, no resource tracking. We want to get away from resource tracking. This is the big deal. Yeah. I'm just going to say, like, hey, I think there was a lot of shit that just kind of got fumbled in regards to the monk. Here's what I would do. Let's see here. By the way, another reason why I'm doing this now is because I'm not really worried about doing something on a stream and, like, being pissy if I see that, like, something looks a little familiar whenever I see it in an Unearthed Arcana. Now that I know that their books have been sent off to print, I feel pretty fine doing this on stream. Here we go. Will I be doing this with every class? No, fuck no. No. No, I don't care enough about the D&D 2024 thing to do that. More so, this is an entertaining thing, yeah. I also, here's the deal. Like, the only reason I do this is because, like, I kind of make some statements that people will, whenever I am doing a thing on here, and people are like, Tara, why are you being so critical of this thing over here? What's the, like, what do you think you could do better or whatever? I'm just like, look, it's not always it doesn't always come down to that of saying, like, yes, I could absolutely do better, but I will at least try to go through the lengths of expressing my point, and showing that, like, I think that it is possible to do a thing like this. And I don't know, people can either take it or leave it with that, but, like, I'll at least go through the length of, if I have a point I believe in, I'll try to express why I believe that. Choose 2 from this one, right? Right. As far as the ranger goes and what, like, I was kind of doing with it, here, let me do this. Cancel. Okay, looking at this again after a day. Tool proficiencies. What did I get? Running back encounter powers would be super cool. Did we see a ranger in the Unearthed Arcana? I also don't remember what the hell happened to the druid. Oh, where they actually, like, wound up on that. Let me see. Oh god, I should probably be winding things down, actually, rather than doing all this, because I can feel... Oh. Ranger didn't get a tool, huh? And then how are they writing this? Simple weapons, martial weapons. Actually, yeah, I'm gonna be this guy. Choose one. Cartographer's tools, herbalism tools. No, they have like, what is it? No, cartographer's tools is navigator's tools. Right? Herbalism tools, cartographer's tools, leatherworking tools. Yeah, we'll give you a tool training in there. That feels right. Okay, so someone was in chat earlier that was asking about the ranger thing. If someone's interested, I guess I would answer questions on what I thought was kind of rough with it. But yeah, if you have something specific, let me know in chat. I'll kind of express this real quick before I head out because I'm tired now. With the Ranger, specifically what was going on with it that I am not a real fan of with the direction would be that, like, they wanted to go with Hunter's Mark. They wanted to have a really cool effect and have a big impact on the class. But what they did, fumbled the ball really hard. They didn't recognize the core issues with Hunter's Mark and the issues with concentration. Whatever they want to say the problem is with, like, why this wouldn't work, XYZ thing, I don't know if they've got these arbitrations for, like, what would happen and what they have to work with at Wizards of the Coast. I guess I don't, so here's my thoughts with it. Number one, I have always disagreed with the concept of Ranger to D&D. I don't think it needs to be a spellcaster. I think that just makes it a nature paladin, and I think that you can open up that territory to another class, such as the Warden, right? Make that available over there, then yeah, and especially with like an Oath of the Ancients paladin on the paladin kit, I don't get why the Ranger has to be a spellcaster. I don't. So with Hunter's Mark, I tried to address some of the issues in here with that. Making it to where you don't have to concentrate on it, but you can only have the one casting of it available at a time, means that your concentration can't be broken as a result of other shit you would want to combo off of this, right? I don't think that this needs to be a Gish. I think that this needs to be a alt to the Rogue. That's what I did with Vagabond with the Hunter over there. You can also, I wanted to free up your action economy here. You can also cast it as a part of hitting a creature with an attack, rather than as a bonus action to mark the target of the attack. While you have a target marked with Hunter's Mark, you gain the following benefits. The d20 roll required for you to score a critical hit against it is reduced by 1. It is reduced further when you reach higher levels in this class, starting at 9th level, reduced by 2 rather than 1, and again at 17th level, reduced by 3 rather than 2. So now they're critting more often, right? This is, by the way, an idea that is kind of pulled from Heavy's Gunslinger. Like, reducing crit range right here, baked into the class. That's the intent. The extra damage increases in size at 5th to a d8, 10th to a d10, and 15th levels. I think Treant Monk recommended this, but yeah, this is a pretty common homebrew suggestion about Hunter's Mark for Ranger. Natural Explorer. While you aren't wearing heavy armor, your walking speed increases by 10 feet, and you have a climbing and swimming speed equal to your walking speed. Roving comes on way too late for me with this Ranger. Further, non-magical difficult terrain doesn't cost you extra movement or slow your group's travel while you guide them. Also at first level, you add your wisdom modifier to any ability check or saving throw you make against natural environmental effects, such as to determine the weather or to survive in extreme cold. Yay! Ranger Revise is really good, especially with the Nax system. I'm not familiar. Oh, are you talking about heavies? Like heavies, heavies revised Ranger? Because I think that was like a bushwhacking style, or bush crafting. There we go. Bushwhacking? What? think actually, wait. Here. Boom. Moving up into what's going on with their second level, they're getting expertise. They're also getting survival instinct. You can take the disengage, hide, or search action as a bonus action. Cool. You saw what we were doing with the monk. Here's another thing over here, right? Ranger subclass. You're getting your subclass here at 3rd level. It is different from the base ranger. Yeah. Defeat, extra attack, and then they're also getting primeval awareness at 5th level. You have Tremor Sense with a range of 10 feet. You can use your bonus action to extend this range to 60 feet until you take an action or move. So I felt like that was kind of cool. I don't know. There's not enough stuff that plays with Tremor Sense. Tenacity, you have proficiency in wisdom saving throws. If you already have this proficiency, you instead gain proficiency in intelligence or charisma saving throws, your choice. Yeah. Apex Predator. Once per turn, if you score a critical hit with an attack, you can make 1 additional attack as a part of the same action. When you reach 20th level in this class, you can make 2 additional attacks this way rather than 1. Boom! You get to do more shit when you crit. Crit more. Yeah. Yeah. Nature's Veil is similar to how it already functions. Extra die of damage with Hunter's Mark whenever you're doing Ferocious. This also means that whenever you crit, this additional die is added to that as well, right? Feral Senses, when you attack a creature you can't see, your inability to see it doesn't impose disadvantage on your attack rolls against it. You are also aware of the location of any invisible creature within 60 feet of you, provided that the creature isn't hidden from you and you aren't incapacitated. I don't know, I think 18th level is a bit late for that, but I was trying to think of somewhere else that might be able to come in a bit earlier. And then Apex Predator. This one right here is getting an improvement where you're getting the oomph of you can make 2 additional attacks when you crit rather than 1. Yeah. Oh. If you got specifics on that, hold off on them. Wait, write your questions down, all that good business. We'll be back on and doing more of this stuff. I'm going to check in and see what they're doing with the Sorcerer. By the way, for all the stuff that I'm doing, like revisions of, the one thing I will not do, I'm not going to break down one of their spellcasters and try and revise that. That's too much of a headache. Other than, like, if there's a feature that needs a tweak that is super, super apparent, I may make note of it or something. So far from what I've heard and what's going on with it, again, this version of D&D is looking to be a bit too complicated, honestly. Yeah. I think that's kind of about it. It's a level of crunch that I'm just not really wanting to engage with my tables, and I don't think many people are really wanting to do with my tables. So, with that, how are we? Any questions? I got about, 5 minutes. Anybody? Oh, good to see so many fucking people in here. I think we peaked at like 70. So, like, hell yeah. Welcome. Subscribe. Do all the fun stuff. Anybody questions? Class? What? Oh. Back to the Ranger crit fishing you talked about way back when? Back to the Ranger crit fishing? What about it? Because I think I am pretty tired. Here, we'll be ending soon. I was just going to put this up. But yeah, if someone's got some questions, I'm down to hang out for a second. Because oh man, I also need to take these headphones off. Well, all right, chums. Okay, with that, Where am I sending? Do we have anybody that's even streaming right now? Here. Yeah. Thought so. Damn. Alright. I'm sending those of you that are asleep and watching me over to place to chill. Lo-fi, medieval lo-fi radio. Alright, yeah, we're gonna go raid lo-fi girl. Alright, everybody, have a good night. I'll see you all soon. Probably tomorrow-ish. We'll keep working on stuff like this. Anyways, I had fun. Talk to you all soon. All right. Later.